Travis Beer and Anthony Parks, your first pair down the track today, with the Midwest Index Shootout Series leading the way. .17 flat for Beer on the left-hand side. A 15-second time for Anthony Parks. Parks was out here racing yesterday in the B.O.P. Buick-Olds-Pontiac race day. Day 1 of 2 was yesterday. Day 2 coming up today. Trevor Beer, a street intimidator driver. He was the runner-up in the street class for B.O.P. yesterday. So B.O.Ps will be coming up here shortly. We are tuned in. We are live on Byron Dragway TV. So if you were here at the track and you know someone back at home that cannot be here, tell them, hey, make sure you tune in. We are live on YouTube. Free to watch online on YouTube. Solo pass for Brian Hampton. 1404 at 94 miles per hour. Here comes the G&H Thoroughbred sponsored Chevrolet Camaro of Brett Michael, G&H Thoroughbreds of Ocala, Florida. Boy, if you're in the market for a world-class racehorse, that's where you want to go. Not sure how many people tuned in on YouTube and here at the track are in the market for a racehorse. But if you are, that's the place to go. Brett Michael on the left-hand side, he is in charge of all the facility maintenance here at Byron Dragway, keeping the playground of power in tip-top shape. The well-manicured grounds, the well-cleaned property, all courtesy of one Brett Michael. The purple Camaro is sponsored by G&H Thoroughbreds out of Ocala, Florida. He's paired up with Trevor Beer. Trevor Beer was the runner-up yesterday in the B.O.P. Street category. And through the quarter mile, a 12:15 elapsed time for Brett Michael in the Camaro. Trevor Beer, 12:32 and 1:13 in the 2009 Pontiac G8 GXP of Trevor Beer. Here comes Keith DeLuca, who picked up his first race win the last time out with the Midwest Index Shootout Series. A beautiful Roush Mustang at the left-hand side from Channahon, Illinois. Keith DeLuca. He is paired up with Bill Brubaker out of Sandwich, Illinois, the Pontiac Firebird on the right-hand side. Keith DeLuca, a 13:10 elapsed time for Keith DeLuca on the left-hand side. Great run for the Roush Mustang. Here comes the street heat category. Russ Dunlap and Justin Ramus. Your first pair out in the street heat category. With each and every class, we go a little bit quicker, a little bit faster. Dunlap of Plainfield, Illinois. He's usually got a crowd watching from Texas on Byron Dragway TV. A beautiful 67 Ford Mustang for Dunlap in the left-hand side. A Mustang for Ramus on the right-hand side as well. 1138 for Russ Dunlap, 170 miles per hour. 1166 at 115 for Justin Ramus in the Fox Body Ford Mustang from Cary, Illinois in the right-hand lane. Top Sportsman, first call. We need you to the lanes, please. Lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Midwest Top Sportsman to the staging lanes, please. Midwest Top Sportsman, we are looking for you to the staging lanes, please. Brian Payne, 1155, 116 miles per hour for the points leader from Waterman, Illinois. In the right-hand side, 1120 at 123 in the left-hand side for number 28, a new arrival in the street heat category. That was Scott Gans of Dixon, Illinois. Well, here's a radical entry for the street heat category. The Volkswagen on the left-hand side paired up with Chris Lane in the 56 Chevy through the quarter mile. 11:03, 120 for Lane in the 56 Chevy. And the Volkswagen turns a 11-second time in the left-hand side. So a second call, Midwest Top Sportsman. We are looking for Midwest Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Your first of two qualifying rounds. To the lanes, please. Midwest Top Sportsman. Jerry Westcott of Lindenhurst, Illinois. The 1982 Chevrolet Camaro. On a solo run to conclude the street heat category. 11:20 with a 921 miles per hour for Westcott. In the street limited category to come out next. This is the first of our set index categories. Street Brawler can set their index to the 10th of a second, 13 seconds and slower. Street Intimidator is a 12-second index. They can set their index to the quarter of a second, so a 12 flat, a 12.25, a 12.50, or a 12.75. The same is true with Street Heat, the 11-second, 11.25, 11.50, or 11.75. And then we get into Street Limited. That is a set 1080 index, even on a 5/10 Pro tree. All right, we've got the first of our Midwest Top Sportsman cars reporting to the lanes. We've got one. We need more. We need about 20 or so more of Midwest Top Sportsmen to the lanes, please, for your first of two qualifying rounds on this beautiful Sunday morning at Byron Dragway, September 12th, 2021. Here is the points leader for Street Limited, Doug Lane. The Ford Mustang from Hampshire, Illinois, on the right-hand side, paired up with the local from Byron, Illinois. That is Emma Ballard. And the 1980 Chevrolet Malibu on the left-hand side, a 006 reaction time for Ballard. Great light for Emma. Looking for the 1080 index. She's going to go 1073, 120 miles per hour for Emma Ballard on the left-hand side. And Doug Lane, 1108 at 124 on the right-hand side for the points leader, Doug Lane. This will be a solo run for Michael Olson, the 70 Chevelle from Stoughton, Wisconsin. 1076, 122 is his speed. And John Reynolds to do a solo pass now in the beautiful 1966 Pontiac GTO from Rockford, Illinois. The tired Indian he calls the GTO. Reynolds, he'll be down in Indianapolis next weekend representing Team Byron Dragway at the NHRA North Central Division Finals. Down at Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis, 1079 with the 6, 125 miles per hour for John Reynolds. A final call, Midwest Top Sportsman. Final call, Midwest Top Sportsman. Please report to the lanes. Be ready to go. Be ready to go in the lanes. You are coming out right after the Midwest Index Shootout Series. Top Sportsman cars. Be ready to follow the Midwest Index Shootout Series. Well, get your camera ready. Here comes Jason Hawkins. And that hard launching 57 Chevy from DeKalb, Illinois. Ed Frost and Maureen Lancaster, pair of Chevrolets at the starting line. Lancaster, a 69 model Chevrolet Camaro from Shannon, Illinois. Ed Frost, the big, beautiful 69 Chevelle from Elgin. Frost getting the front tires in the air off the launch. And at the finish line, 10:29 for Ed Frost in the Chevelle. 127 miles per hour. Maureen Lancaster, 10:30 with the 0, 131 miles per hour for Maureen Lancaster. Well, Doug Cruz, a regular in the Big Bucks Bracket Bash Series, trying his hand at the Midwest Index Shootout Pro Avenger category. He's in the Camaro right-hand side, paired up with the 67 Chevelle of Scott Frost to the left-hand side. And at the finish line, 10:27 for Frost in the Chevelle, 124 miles per hour, 10:31 for Doug Cruz on the 1020 Pro Avenger Index. We shift gears once more, go into the Pro Dominator category. This is Jim Sibley in the Iaconio and Allen Chevy Monza. Nostalgia Pro Stock Monza of Jim Sibley in the left-hand side. With Chris DiCarlo in the 71 Chevrolet Novo right lane from Carroll Stream, Illinois. DiCarlo, the driver. Gary Erickson, the owner of the Vinyl Top 71 Chevrolet Nova in the right lane. 950 is the set index for these cars. Both drivers trying to get to the finish line in exactly 9.5 seconds. A 9:38 time for Jim Sibley in the left-hand lane. 9:68 at 1:32 for Chris DiCarlo in the right-hand lane. Derek Mosier was testing and tuning out here yesterday in the Chevelle left-hand side. Can practice make perfect for Derek Mosier through the finish line? Well, a little too quick this morning. 938, 142 miles per hour for the Chevelle of Derek Mosher. Kevin Lancaster, meanwhile, 956 at 137 in the 37 Chevy Coupe. Your points leader now to conclude this qualifying session. Oh, I take that back. There are 2 cars yet to go here in Pro Dominator. The champion. Marty Thornton to the right-hand side, your points leader. Wow, he is 10 on the tree. That Mustang. One tough customer. He is the points leader. Can he leave today? Still the points leader. Well, he goes 9:45 right now, 139 miles per hour. A good qualifying effort for Marty Thornton. Here comes the champion from 1 year ago, Machine Gun Kelly Spears. Bracket King is what it says on the door. That is a nod to his father, Ed Spears. Campaigned that car for so many years. Machine Gun Kelly Spears now running it in the Pro Dominator category. Spears was out here in a pair of other cars last weekend. Had a Duster in competition as well as a rear engine dragster. So a very versatile, very talented Kelly Spears comes into today's second place in points. Can he reclaim the top spot atop the standings just as he was last year? .959, 141 miles per hour for Kelly Spears. Well, a quick pause, just getting things tidied up. A little bit of oil out of the car of Kelly Spears, so getting the track restored in tip-top shape. And we're going to be going into Top Sportsman here in just as soon as they've got it ready to go. Hey, a special welcome to Al Wagner. Good to see Al Wagner out here enjoying the festivities today. A lot of cool cars to run today. Top Sportsman set to come out with their first of 2 qualifying rounds here shortly. Buick-Olds-Pontiac, we'll take you to the lanes, please. B.O.P cars to lanes 13, 14, 15, and 16. We're going to open up registration for the Gamblers Race for the B.O.P cars here in just a little bit after this time trial session. But this time we are looking for Buick-Olds-Pontiac entries to lanes 13, 14, 15, and 16, please. B.O.P to the lanes, please. Lanes 13, 14, 15, and 16. Well, the qualifying sheets following the first of 2 qualifying rounds for Midwest Index Shootout Series are now posted on the bulletin board. The bulletin board posted on the grandstand nearest to the tower. So the qualifying sheets are posted from the first of 2 qualifying rounds for the Midwest Index Shootout Series on the bulletin board at this time. Looking for B.O.P cars. B.O.P cars to lanes 13 and 14. Lanes 13 and 14, Buick-Olds-Pontiac race day to lanes 13 and 14. Lanes 15 and 16 also available as an overflow lane. So Buick-Olds-Pontiac to lanes 13 and 14, with 15 and 16 also available. Well, this is the quickest category of competition you will see today. First of 2 qualifying sessions for the Midwest Index Shootout Series, day 2 of this doubleheader weekend, the 3rd time this year that we have seen the Midwest Index Shootout Series. And do not forget, it won't be the last time, because they will be featured at the 27th Annual World Power Wheel Standing Championships presented by Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop, coming up on Sunday, October 3rd. They will run Saturday and Sunday, October 2nd and 3rd, of the World Power Wheel Standing Championships. Michael Falco and Anthony Pluty, your first pair out. Pluty on the right-hand side, a 1992 Chevrolet Camaro. Beautiful blue, kind of a satin blue finish on that Camaro of Anthony Pluty. And Michael Falco, another equally beautiful all-white 1995 Chevrolet Corvette from Pekin, Illinois. Falco is out of the groove. He'll steer it back into the middle. Wild ride for Falco. Pluty will take it right down the track. 498 at 140 miles per hour on the right-hand side for Anthony Pluty. Bringing up the world's fastest Saturn, that is Bob Romano, the driver of Rick Zerk's 1998 Saturn from Gilbert's, Illinois. Paired up with Josh Fierce in a 1982 Chevrolet Camaro. Fierce is double entered this weekend, as he's got a Pontiac J2000 in the B.O.P weekend, as well as the Camaro you see here, running with the Midwest Top Sportsman. For some perspective, the low ET and top speed of the day yesterday came from Rick Soika Jr. He was the #1 qualifier on Saturday at about a 4:32 elapsed time. And through the 8th mile, 474 for Bob Romano in the Saturn. 147 is his speed on the right-hand side. He is your new #1 qualifier at this time. Josh Fears, a 5:02 elapsed time. 137 is his speed in the Tower Lane. Father and son paired up right now, DJ Matika and Don Matika. Pair of Chevrolets from Franksville, Wisconsin. DJ, the 17-year-old sensation on the left-hand side with an IROC Z. Chevrolet Camaro on the left-hand side. Don Matika, his father in a Chevrolet Cavalier in the right-hand lane. They are not the only father-son duo racing in the Midwest Top Sportsman Series. Whether it be the Banderowiczes or the Baxters or the Dumpkeys, you name it, we've got a bunch of father-son teams that race out here in the Midwest Index Shootout Series. But right now, it's all about DJ Matika and Don Matika, father and son paired up at the starting line. And the father's going to pull away. He'll go 467, 149 miles per hour. That is your new low ET of the day today, your new #1 qualifier. Don Matika at 149 miles per hour. DJ at a 520. 133 miles per hour for young DJ Matika, just 17 years of age. Boy, what were you driving at 17 years of age? I doubt it was about a 140 mile per hour Top Sportsman car in the 8th mile. Wow. Well, here comes the #1 qualifier from Saturday. That is Rick Soika Jr. and a 1997 Pontiac Firebird. He was the finalist yesterday as well in a final round. But boy, nothing could seem to go right. Nothing went in his favor. First, they could not get the car started in the staging lanes. Put it on the jump pack, got it fired up. A big tip of the cap to Brandon Baxter for their sportsmanship and waiting patiently for Soika to get the car fired up. They had to do 2 burnouts to get it to go according to plan. Left the starting line 006 reaction time. The thing locked up and never moved beyond the starting line. Hopefully the fortune turns around for Soika. Look for your low ET in the right-hand side. Low ET of the weekend for Rick Soika Jr. 431, 164.99 miles per hour. Through the 8th mile for the Pontiac Firebird of Rick Soika Jr. Bill Rotz, a new arrival just today in the Camaro left-hand side, went at 456. And that's good enough for the #2 spot at this time. And that'll bring up a car that is sure to skyrocket his way up to the top 2 at least at this point. And that is the Amazing Grace. Eric Grace of Brooklyn, Wisconsin, a 1963 split-window Chevrolet Corvette. Boy, is she a beauty. Left-hand side, Eric Grace paired up with the driver that picked up a win out here at Byron Dragway earlier in the spring. That is Davey Dins in a Chevrolet Monte Carlo from Campbellsport, Wisconsin, in the right-hand side. So Davey Dins, right-hand lane, and Eric Grace in the tower side. Grace was a semi-finalist yesterday, making it down to the final 3. What did I tell you? Good enough for the number 2 spot right now. Eric Grace, a 4:47 elapsed time. 156 miles per hour for the amazing Grace in a beautiful Corvette. Your new number 2 qualifier, Eric Grace. Here comes the race winner from yesterday evening. That is Brandon Baxter. In a 1998 Dodge Avenger from Granville, Illinois. We got a pair of Avengers at home. This one typically driven by his father, Don Baxter, wearing the orange shirt. Checking things out, making sure the car is all in tip-top shape. Gives his son the thumbs up, and he proceeds forward. So Brandon Baxter on the right-hand side. Pair of 20-something-year-old drivers, Eddie Banderowicz Jr. on the tower side. A father-son racing team. His father, Ed Banderowicz Sr., set to come out here later on in the session. So Banderowicz in the Camaro left-hand side and Brandon Baxter in the Dodge right lane. .475 at 144 miles per hour for Eddie Banderowicz Jr. And Brandon Baxter, a 4:87 elapsed time, 142 miles per hour for the Dodge Avenger and yesterday's race winner, Brandon Baxter. Make way for Chris Wilking and Sean Woodworth. Woodworth, a local from right here in Byron, Illinois, driving the Vetzilla Chevrolet Corvette on the right-hand side. Paired up with Chris Wilking. He comes from right along the Illinois River in Marseilles, Illinois, in a beautiful Chevrolet Cobalt in the left-hand lane. So Wilking, the diesel mechanic by trade, he is in the tower lane. Paired up with the hometown driver, Sean Woodworth. Chris Wilking, 4:51 elapsed time, 155 miles per hour. Woodworth following through at 5:09 and 1:37. Chris Wilking climbs all the way up to the 3rd spot on the qualifying sheet with that performance. A full 0.05 of a second quicker than Bill Rotz. Had a Camaro that ran earlier. So Chris Wilking, a top 3 qualifying effort right there. Coming up now, this is Alex Bosek. He is the 2017 NHRA North Central Division Top Sportsman Champion, and that is a big accomplishment. He's driving the 2002 Dodge Neon on the left-hand side with the big B.O.P logo on. A purchase of the nitro system for Alex Bosek. Part of the A-Trends Auto and Truck Accessory Shop team out of Chicago, Illinois. They are a proud sponsor of Byron Dragway this year. If you need a stereo in your car, if you need some windows tinted, if you need a security system, maybe a new set of wheels, maybe some paintless dent repair, give them a call. 773-763-0000. A-Trends Auto and Truck Accessory Shop in Chicago, Illinois. So Alex Bosek in the Neon goes a 4:59 elapsed time. Matt Simchak, meanwhile, the Oldsmobile Cutlass on this B.O.P weekend, is going to skyrocket to the number 4 spot on the qualifying sheet at a 4:52, 154 miles per hour for Matt Simchak, a top 5 qualifying position at this time. But here is a car capable qualifying within the top 5. This is the beautiful 68 Chevrolet Camaro of Troy Finner. Beautiful is an understatement. This thing is like a piece of artwork on wheels. Just looking at the purple in that paint job as it moves about, the shimmer of the metal flake in that purple, just beautiful under a bright, fair sky, sunny day like today at the Playground of Power. That is Troy Finner from Rockford, Illinois. The left-hand side, Paired up with Ed Benderowicz Sr., a Chevelle on the right-hand side out of Bristol, Wisconsin. Big car with big horsepower on the right-hand side for Benderowicz, and Troy Finner could very well be a top 5 qualifier here today. How about that Troy Finner all the way to the number 2 spot, 436, 163 miles per hour. In the Chevrolet Camaro from Rockford, Illinois, Troy Finner, your new number 2 qualifier. It looks like we got a pair of top Sportsman cars left to run. This is Rich Kent in the Old Glory. Red, white, and blue 1972 Mercury Comet, a car that he bought right off the showroom floor in 1972. Bought this car new, and as you can see, he has taken good care of it. The Old Glory Mercury Comet of Rich Kent, a 485 elapsed time, 145 miles per hour. As we were saying, he has owned that car since it was new right off the showroom floor. I don't think it came that way. I think he modified it along the way. But a beautiful Comet that he calls Old Glory, and boy, was it a fitting tribute to have out here yesterday. And that's a wrap for the first of 2 qualifying sessions for Midwest Top Sportsman. B.O.P. drivers, be ready to go in the lanes. Be ready to go. B.O.P. drivers, Buick-Olds-Pontiac. Be ready to go. You are coming out next. Test and tune will follow the B.O.P. So test and tune, here are your lane assignments. Street legal, street tire test and tune lanes 1 and 2. Slick tire, race car test and tune lanes 3 and 4. Got a few junior dragsters. They are in lane number 17 today. Junior dragsters operating out of lane 17. Also in lane number 17, that's not a junior. No, that is Launchin' Larry with the Batfish Barracuda. Sedona, you should have been here yesterday. An over 330-foot wheel stand from Launchin' Larry in the Batfish Barracuda. And then I saw something kind of unorthodox out of Launchin' Larry yesterday. Did about probably a 60, maybe 70-foot wheel stand. Came down, got it back up again, carried it for probably another 100, maybe 115 feet. That was truly something to see. Here comes DJ Esser, the turbocharged nitrous Suzuki from Black Earth, Wisconsin. A very fast motorcycle in the right-hand lane. Like holding on to a bucking Bronco. 8:08 elapsed time for DJ Esser. And about like being a professional bull rider. What is it, 8 seconds? Isn't that the full time for a bull rider? He goes 8:08, 172 miles per hour for DJ Esser. A 2016 Dodge Challenger. This is Deacon Kalish, a golf pro from Wakanda, Illinois. So a super gas Dodge Challenger. Goes on the throttle stop. It is an electronic timer on the throttle. Helps him run right on that 990 number. He goes 991, 157 miles per hour for the Dodge Challenger Super Gas Roadster of Deacon Kalish. This is the annual Buick-Olds-Pontiac Weekend of Byron Dragway. Ted Schneller, 1970 Oldsmobile Supreme. He goes 1217, 109 miles per hour on the left-hand side, 1224 in the right lane. This is Ulysses Martinez, a beautiful Cutlass in the left-hand side. He is a body man. Check out the graphics on this car. Looks like it is right out of the 1970s. Beautiful car for Ulysses Martinez. Paired up with Casey Walker. Walker in an Oldsmobile, right-hand side, the winner yesterday in the B.O.P Pro category over Bob Kelso in the final round. And Casey Walker will go 1048, 127 miles per hour in the beautiful Oldsmobile. 1201 at 108 for Ulysses Martinez in the Tower Lane. Here comes yesterday's runner-up, the Heavy Hauler, a 1982 Oldsmobile station wagon from Hebron, Illinois. Bob Kelso. Boy, he is always good on the tree. And don't be fooled by the Heavy Hauler. He'll get the front tires up. Just watch. He is paired up with Steve Niles of Muskego, Wisconsin, a 1972 Olds 442 in the Tower Lane. Bob Kelso never disappointing in the Heavy Hauler. That wagon turns a very quick 10:26 elapsed time, 129 miles per hour. Powerful car, impressive car, and it's great for going to get the groceries in. Great run for Bob Kelso, 1163, 115 in the left-hand side. This is Jason Yeager of St. Charles, Illinois. The Oldsmobile W30 in the left-hand side, a talented body man. And he has done the body work on a number of the cars that are racing here today. One thing that we do love about the B.O.P. weekend is just the quality and the craftsmanship of these cars. And Yeager has his hand on more than one of these to make them as cherry as they are. 1028 at 130 miles per hour on the right-hand side for Dan Wheeland in a 1970 Buick Skylark. Coming out now, number 5003, Jason Yeager. Take number 2 for Jason. And a problem for Yeager this time, not the run he was looking for. Normally a car that you can count on with a trouble-free car, but Yeager will pull it outside the groove. Drivers, take note, this is the way to do it. If something is not right with your car, if you're spinning the tires or something is broke, check out the veteran move from Jason Yeager. He knows what to do. He pulls it outside the groove, brings it to a stop. And we're going to wander down there, take a peek at it, make sure it's dry underneath before he proceeds forward. In the event that you are spinning your tires, there is a chance you may well be in your own fluid. The best thing you can do is pull it outside the groove and bring it to a stop as quickly and safely as you can, as it is much quicker and easier to clean up a small puddle under a car than it is a long stream that extends the length of the quarter mile. So a big tip of the cap to Jason Yeager, a professional in every sense of the word. We go on hold here for just a second. There was no rain in the forecast today, but getting a couple little spits here and there. Catching BJ down in the shutdown area. And Chief Starter Jeff Spearling reporting a couple of droplets as well. Mr. Horvat, can you confirm that where you are standing? Okay. You're a member of the media. I trust your opinion, Mr. Horvat. So we go on hold here about halfway through this first session of B.O.P. Yep, Sedona, I see it on the window. Sure enough. And on the radar, just a little blob coming right at us. So the day today, they call for mostly cloudy skies, high temperature of 88 degrees, winds 13 miles per hour from the west-southwest. Chance of precipitation 10%. Right now, we are falling in the 10% of the day right now. I know overnight tonight they were calling for something, but, well, we are just getting a little pop-up cell on us right now. That's the thing about this time of year. When you get a real hot day like we've had the last couple, the atmosphere can be a bit unstable, and occasionally these little things do happen, but not going to be anything that really gets the track wet, it doesn't appear. So we're going to go on hold here for just a bit, and once this lets up and once we get the track inspected, we will be back to racing here just as soon as we can, just as soon as Mother Nature allows. Well, we're still halfway through this session of BOP, but to our BOP racers, you can sign up for the Gambler-style bracket race going on later on today. We've actually relocated sign up. It is not in the tower today. It is actually at the souvenir stand. Camden, wave your hand, please, at the souvenir table there right by the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Thank you, sir, for waving to Camden. So many friendly people out here at Byron Dragway. We thank you. So swing on down, see Camden. He is operating the souvenir stand as well as the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. And because he is a multitasker, he's going to be doing registration as well for the B.O.P. Gambler-style bracket race. It is a $25 buy-in, 100% payouts. Whatever we take in of that $25 per entry goes right back into the pockets of the racers. Yesterday we paid out the winner and runner-up in the street class, and then the winner, runner-up, and semifinalist in the pro category. So to our BOP racers, if you have made your run already, you can swing on over and see Camden get signed up for the BOP Pro ET and the BOP Street ET category. And if you are still to run, well, once you're done with your run, now you know where to go to get signed up. Still got about a dozen or so cars left to run. But the B.O.P. race registration is over at the souvenir table right by the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Once again, B.O.P. racers swing downstairs and see Camden. He's in a blue shirt at the Sunoco Race Fuel Station and Souvenir area. It is a $25 buy-in for the B.O.P. Pro and the B.O.P. Street Class, 2 classes of Buick-Olds-Pontiac racing today.
All right, we got a little blip on the radar, and as soon as this blip goes by, it's the only blip on the whole state of Illinois right now, and it's right on top of us. So as soon as this goes through, Mother Nature will do its course and dry things out, a little sun, a little wind. So it's going to be a couple more minutes yet, guys. If you want to take your helmets off, let a little, you can let a little bit, your brain breathe a little bit. You have plenty of time to put it back on. We'll give you a heads up. Then you're not burning up in there. So, but hopefully won't be long. One of you guys, did one of you guys get in it with Mother Nature in the last few weeks or something like that, and she's coming out after you? Just started when these two guys pulled on the line. One of these guys are not in with Mother Nature. Oh, it's you over there. Okay. Well, thanks for coming clean. I mean, so anyway, you can blame it on Bill Grupp. Bill Grupp is from Sleepy Hollow. He's a software. Well, no wonder he's a software engineer. He's getting on electronics and probably trying to change things with Mother Nature. He doesn't like it. She does not put up with that. Nice looking car you got there too, Bill. That's why she's raining on it. Well, Margaret just walked out of the grocery store, and she says the sprinkles are just about quitting there, which the grocery store is kind of like north and a little bit east of the racetrack. So thanks, Margaret, for calling in. Well, she just was keeping us alert. That was very nice of her. We're live streaming, aren't we, or no? Yep. We are live streaming today. Okay. Yeah. So there was nothing on the radar for rain today at all, but the scanner did say when I was running the tractor there was a chance of rain at the state line, more Wisconsin than Illinois, and they are getting rain up there. And so this little blip is the only one I can find on the state of Illinois right now, and and that is almost past us. So. Yeah, what are you doing this Thursday? Anybody got plans this Thursday? Anything going on? Well, I'm going to make plans for you. Here's what you got to do. The coolest show that it's been, how many years has it been here since, Randy? 4 years. It's been 4 years ago since it's been here. The coolest show ever is Drag Week. And these guys are going from racetrack to racetrack to racetrack. Hot Rod Drag Week. Hot Rod Drag Week will be at Byron Dragway this Thursday. Gates will open early. Well, like 7 a.m. early. Okay? So you can use Gate 2, which is the other gate, over there to come in to be a spectator, because racers only come in the main gate. because they have 400 registered. There are probably a few that aren't going to make it, so I'm going to call it about a 350 range. Will show up here, and they got big slicks strapped to their top. They're pulling their trailers. Some guys are working on their engines, spare transmissions, you name it. They're going to come in here early in the morning, get set up, and they have to make at least one run, don't they? At least one. Some will make 2 qualifying runs. And they're starting out in Martin, Michigan. And then from Martin, they go to Norwalk, in Norwalk, Ohio. I do believe on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, they're at home of the U.S. Nationals, Indianapolis Raceway Park, also known as Lucas Oil Raceway. Correct? You were just there, Mr. Simpson. I was. And I'll be there next week. And then after they leave Indianapolis, they've got to go drive. They're driving these cars. You can't trailer them. You can't. If you get caught trailering, you're disqualified. You can't cheat. You physically got to drive the thing on the route, checkpoints and so on. And then Byron Dragway will be the Thursday visit. When they make their pass or two at Byron Dragway, they're going to pack their stuff up, drive on out, back to Martin, Michigan, to finish their event on Friday. So, drag week, hot rod drag week, the closest place in the Midwest is Byron Dragway. The place to be next Thursday. And he asked how much it is, and I don't know why they do this, but it's only $20. It's like a bargain. It's unbelievable. I said, you guys are only charging $20? That's crazy. And actually, Byron Dragway 4 years ago had a record crowd for drag week ever in their history. We had the largest turnout ever, they said, and pretty neat to hear that. So, Hot Rod Drag Week this Thursday. I'm going to call in sick, I think, from my work, so that way I can be at Byron Dragway. You want to be at the gate early. You know, some people don't get up that early. They're up late. You know, some people arrive, you know, later in the day, and some people are here bright and early. But you want to make that one bright and early on Drag Week. It'll be a neat event. We've had a lot of cars drag weeks that have been testing as well.
I haven't told anything for a while.
All right, we're gonna do a track check, and if the track is good, we're gonna be ready to go here pretty quick.
All right, we are ready to resume. All track personnel to your positions, please. Track personnel, we are ready to resume. Track inspection is complete. Here we go. B.O.P. First time trial session underway at this time. Well, after an unexpected rain delay, literally, you look at the radar, we're the only spot in the whole state of Illinois, the whole land of Lincoln, with a blip on the radar, and it is right here, square over 7287 North River Road, Byron, Illinois, 61010, literally right at this coordinate. The one bit of rain in the whole state of Illinois. Bill Krupp and Al Martinez, boy, have they been patient. They've been in the water box for close to a half hour at this point. Bill Krupp of Sleepy Hollow, Illinois, the legend. Bill Krupp, a 1971 Buick Grand Sport 455 in a right-hand side. Paired up with Al Martinez. Martinez is a new arrival today with a 1970 Buick Grand Sport of Crystal Lake, Illinois. The left-hand lane for Al Martinez. Well, a pair of green lights for Martinez and for Bill Krupp. And Martinez, the quicker of the two Buicks. He will pull away. He'll cross the finish line first. 12:06, 108 miles per hour for Al Martinez in the left-hand lane. And 12:81 at 103 in the right-hand side for Bill Krupp in the Buick from Sleepy Hollow. Here comes John Stolpa from Rocket Racing and Performance in the 1965 Olds 442. Out of Waterford, Wisconsin. Wow, smoking the tires nice and well for John Stolpa in the Tower Lane. Paired up with Paul Brealey of Carpentersville, Illinois. 1986 Buick Grand National on the right-hand side. Paul Brealey on the right-hand side. John Stolpa in the left lane. And John Stolpa, the Rocket Racing and Performance 65 Olds 442. Well out front. He'll light the scoreboard. 9:54, 141 miles per hour for John Stolpa. Great run for John. Paul Brealey goes through at a 12:53, 109 miles per hour. The 86 Grand National. Next up, Dan Rocco of Lombard, Illinois. 71 Buick Grand Sport at the left-hand side. Paired up at number P70. That is Pete Van Tholen. And a 69 Buick Grand Sport out of Bolingbrook, Illinois. A lot more Buicks today than we had yesterday. Many new arrivals here on this Sunday. 10:74 at 1:23 in the right-hand side for Pete Van Tholen. 11:07 at 1:21 in the left-hand lane for Dan Rocco. The Oldsmobiles ruled the roost yesterday. A pair of Oldsmobiles left standing in the Pro Class final. And then David Dunn in an Oldsmobile got the win over Trevor Beer in a Pontiac in the Street Class final yesterday. But we've got more Buicks now than we had yesterday, so perhaps the Bs are going to try to overtake the O's and the P's on this B.O.P. day. Jason Yeager coming up now, an Oldsmobile W30 left-hand side. Paired up with Chris Wicker, a 1976 Buick on the right-hand side of McChesney Park, Illinois. Wicker took home a $10,000 race win earlier this year at Byron Dragway. Boy, that was something. So Yeager struggled mightily to begin the day, and now he is on a great textbook run for the Oldsmobile W30 of Jason Yeager. 10:12 elapsed time, 113 miles per hour for Jason Yeager on the left-hand side. 11:32 at 1:16 for Chris Wicker in the Buick from McChesney Park. Josh Fierce coming up now, a double-entered car today. He is racing both his J2000 Pontiac you see on the left-hand side in the B.O.P. race, and he has also has a Camaro in the Midwest Top Sportsman competition today as well. So Josh Fierce keeping plenty busy this weekend at Byron Dragway. He finds himself paired up with Steve Niles in Olds 442 in the right-hand lane. So the Pontiac J2000, Josh Fierce, goes an impressive 9:69 elapsed time, 137 miles per hour. 11:44 at 1:16 for Steve Niles. And hey, get your camera ready. because here comes the Badfish Barracuda of Launchin' Larry. Launchin' Larry probably made about 5 runs yesterday. His best wheel stand took it out to just past the 330-foot cube in the right-hand side. Of course, the 27th Annual World Power Wheel Standing Championships coming up on Sunday, October 3rd. Presented by Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Launchin' Larry getting tuned up and ready. There is a quote, Sedona, and I'm not going to get a word for word, but it goes something like this. You achieve at the level at what you train, not at what you aspire. So Launchin' Larry aspires to be the champion, but he's going to put in the work to do so. And he's got it on the bumper and a not-so-bad wheel stand. Pretty good. That was a good one. 200 feet, give or take, maybe 175 for Launchin' Larry. Not quite as good as yesterday, but that is a good, clean practice wheel stand. And you know what? He's getting test and tuned in these conditions. It is a pretty breezy day today, so he has that to contend with. So probably a 185-foot wheel stand unofficially from my vantage point for Launchin' Larry. Hey, a reminder. A reminder to our Buick-Olds-Pontiac racers, make sure you swing on down, get signed up for the B.O.P. Gambler-Style Bracket Race today. See Camden at the Sunoco Race Fuel Station and Souvenir Stand. There he is, waving friendly. It is a $25 entry fee. If you've got exact change, that'll help him out because he doesn't have any change down there, the poor guy. $25 is the entry fee. 2 categories, a B.O.P. Pro Class and a B.O.P. Street Class. So stop on down. It is not in the tower today. It is actually right beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Swing on down, get signed up for the B.O.P. Gambler-Style Bracket Race today. Jack Lang of Hinckley, Illinois. A 93 Spitzer chassis junior dragster for the 9-year-old. Freshly rebuilt motor. Uh-oh. Yeah, it may well have slinged the chain off, I'm thinking. He was wrapping the throttle, zinging the motor, and the car not going anywhere, so they are going to inspect that. Looks like the chain must have come off of Jackson Lang's Mom's Nightmare Jr. An 82-degree day in northern Illinois, and we've got snowmobiles racing down the strip today. 1168, 111 miles per hour for number 948S. And a pair of sleds at the starting line yet to run. So test and tune, test and tune. Final call to the lanes, please, for test and tune. Street legal street tire, lanes 1 and 2. Slick tire race cars coming out first. In lanes 3 and 4, so lanes 3 and 4 be ready to go. Lanes 3 and 4 be ready to go. Midwest Index Shootout Series, you are on standby. We're going to be calling you very, very soon for your second of 2 qualifying rounds. Midwest Index Shootout Series, we will be calling you soon. This is Butch Veltum on the right-hand side from Genoa City, Wisconsin, a 1998 Skidoo Mach 2 in the right-hand lane. Boy, he is wrestling it, trying to keep it in the right-hand lane. 990, 124 miles per hour to left-hand side for number 199X. We're going to get you information on that rider here in just a second. 10:07 to 125 for Butch in the right-hand lane. And that was Brian Lamb with a 990 elapsed time on the 99 Skidoo Mach 2. That is a Mach Z Sedona. I'm going to school on snowmobiles. I don't know the first thing about sleds. I've been on one in my life. All right, pair of motorcycles now. Number 72 in the right-hand side. That is Matthew Deans from Chicago, Illinois. The 2017 Harley Road King in the right-hand lane. Pair up number 69B. Wow, pair of quick Harleys. 11:20 at 119 in the left-hand side. 12:50 at 130 for Matthew Deans in the right-hand lane. Yeah, it has been some time since we have seen John Reese at Byron Dragway. The 2000 Chevrolet Corvette, the Barbie Corvette as they call it. 949 with a 9 on the right-hand side. Great run for John Reese. 21 consecutive years he has been racing that Corvette out at Byron Dragway. Good to see it. Turner and a tire at Byron Dragway here in this 2021 season. Rick Vickers of Aurora, Illinois. The orange Chevrolet Camaro coming up for a solo pass on the right-hand side. Backing up from the burnout. Unsatisfied with that. Well, no, they're just going to get them lined up, get them straight. So Rick Vickers of Aurora, Illinois. Very quick Camaro coming up for a solo pass on the right-hand side. $950 elapsed time, 141 miles per hour for Rick Vickers in the Camaro. 950 with a 7. This is Carter Pelletier of Montgomery, Illinois, the 1974 Chevy Love pickup truck. He has requested the clocks be turned off. His time will be withheld. And boy, what a shame that is. This is one cool turbocharged Chevy Love of Carter Pelletier. They'll shut it off at about the 1,000-foot mark, but that turbocharged Chevy Love can flat get with it. Carter Pelletier, no time to display. He has requested his time be withheld. What a cool hot rod. Mark Langfoss, a 10-16 elapsed time, 130 miles per hour. For Mark Langfoss, 1080, 129 to the right-hand side for the beautiful Chevrolet Nova, number 34 of Scott Stevens from Oglesby, Illinois. All right, we're looking for the Midwest Index Shootout Series, second of two qualifying rounds to lanes 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. The lane assignments go as follows. Street Brawler to lane number 5. Street Intimidator to lane number 6. Street Heat to lane number 7. Street Limited to lane number 8. Pro Avenger to lane number 9. And Pro Dominator to lane number 10. Midwest Index Shootout Series, second qualifying session to the lanes, please. Street Brawler in lane number 5. Street Intimidator, lane number 6. Lee Kaputska, 007 reaction time, 1095 with a 5 and 131 miles per hour for Lee Kaputska. Beautiful duster from Roselle, Illinois. So Brawler to 5, Intimidator to lane number 6. Street Heat, lane number 7. Street Limited to lane number 8. Pro Avenger, lane number 9. Pro Dominator to lane number 10. Midwest Index Shootout Series, second and final qualifying session. To the staging lanes at this time, please. Jimmy O'Brien in the 72 Chevrolet Vega, 897, 146 miles per hour for Jimmy O'Brien. These are the street legal street tire test and tune cars. John Piasowski of Batavia, Illinois, 1183 elapsed time, 115 miles per hour for the 2007 Dodge Charger on the right-hand side with a Hemi under the hood. Coming up next, number 22. This is Haralambos Dimitriopoulos from Westchester, Illinois, a restaurant manager in a 1999 Chevrolet Corvette left-hand side. Paired up with number 16 of Nico Piascaui from Batavia. Great run for the Corvette, and Dimitriopoulos is going to go 13-18 with a 509 miles per hour for the restaurant manager. Sarah Kaler coming up in the Cobra Mustang, right-hand side from Chicago, Illinois, paired up with the Kia Stinger of Derek Butler from Sun Prairie, Wisconsin. That is one cool Kia. 170 miles per hour for Derek Butler in the Kia Stinger. 127 miles per hour, Sir Sarah Kaler in the Cobra Mustang. A final call, Midwest Index Shootout Series. Final call, Midwest Index Shootout Series. Your second and final qualifying session today. We need you in the lanes, please. Street Brawler, lane 5. Street Intimidator, lane number 6. Street Heat to lane number 7. Street Limited, lane number 8. Pro Avenger, lane 9. Pro Dominator, lane 10. Midwest Top Sportsman, you are on high alert. We're going to call you up for your second and final qualifying round very, very shortly. Once we get started with the index cars, we're going to be calling you. Top Sportsman, be ready in your pit. Jim Laughlin driving the Brian Hampton-owned 1988 Chevrolet Camaro from Earlville, Illinois. 1295, 116 miles per hour for Jim Laughlin on the right-hand lane. This is Felix Galvin from Aurora, Illinois. Coming up on the left-hand side, a 2008 Subaru WRX. Paired up number 19. That is Felix of Aurora. The Chrysler 300. Well, he came out for a test and tune a couple of weeks ago. We taught him the way of bracket racing. He ran in the Big Bucks Bracket Bash Series last weekend, and he brought out some friends today. So Felix really pulling in some new racers to Byron Dragway. Great to have Felix in the Chrysler 300. He goes a 1263, 110 miles per hour. The Subaru to the left-hand side, a 1589 elapsed time at 93 miles per hour for the Subaru. 2012 Jeep SRT of Brian from Aurora, Illinois. What a unique color for that Jeep on the right-hand side. Very eye-catching. Paired up with Jesse in the Subaru from Aurora, Illinois. On the left-hand side, the Jeep SRT at 1389 elapsed time, 100 miles per hour. 1518, 93 the speed for number 24, Jesse in the Subaru. Hey, a reminder, B.O.P drivers, make sure you swing on down. Get signed up for the B.O.P Pro and B.O.P Street categories. $25 is the entry fee, located at the Sunoco Race Fuel Station as well as the souvenir stand. Souvenirs are available. They are getting the souvenirs out now. A variety of flex fit caps, some dry fit moisture wicking, Byron Dragway t-shirts, a variety of colors. They are sharp. They are cool. You'll be the envy of your neighborhood. And Byron Dragway stickers and something for everyone at the Byron Dragway souvenir stand located behind the tower at the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Casper Zurich of Norridge, Illinois, a CNC machinist in a 2018 Honda Accord. 2-liter Honda left-hand lane. Gets the jump off the starting line. Paired up with yet another Honda Accord of Eduardo Di Santiago. At the finish line, 12:46, 113 miles per hour for Casper Zurich. And Eduardo Di Santiago, a 15:17 elapsed time, 92 miles per hour for the Honda in the right-hand lane. Well, another Honda coming up on the right-hand side. That is Edgar Candelaria from Cicero, Illinois. A 2021 Honda Accord in the right lane. Paired with number 42, that is Juan Amaringo of Lisle, Illinois. A 2021 Kia K5 at the left-hand side. The Honda out front, the Kia just behind him. 1361 102 on the right-hand side for Edgar Candelaria in the Honda. And 1442, 100 miles per hour on the left-hand side for Juan Maringo of Lisle in the Kia K5. Hey, we are ready now for the second and final qualifying session for the Midwest Index Shootout Series. First call goes out. Midwest Top Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Midwest Top Sportsman, we are looking for you to the lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 at this time, with lanes 7 and 8 becoming available in just a moment. Jody Hampton and Anthony Parks coming on now. This is the street brawler category, 13 seconds and slower. They will set their index to the 10th of a second. When it comes time for eliminations, Anthony Parks in the Pontiac right-hand lane, as sponsored by Pipeco. They provide all kinds of fittings and equipment for the Casey's General Stores, of which Anthony Parks is an employee of. So Anthony Parks goes a 1571, 85 miles per hour for Parks. Hampton goes 1399, 94 miles per hour in the Malibu wagon left-hand side. That'll bring up Trevor Beer in a Nissan Altima in the right-hand lane. To be paired up with Jacob Lane out of Hampshire, Illinois. Hey, Jacob is celebrating his birthday today, turning 17 years of age right here today. Happy birthday to the Mustang driver. Just 17 years old, Jacob Lang, happy birthday. Well, a great reaction time for Travis Beer. He is 20 on the tree. Absolutely chopping down the Christmas tree this afternoon. The birthday boy, 1371, 99 miles per hour for Jacob Lane in the Mustang. 1680, 84 miles per hour for Travis Beer in the Nissan Altima. Here comes the Street Intimidator category. With Bill Brubaker and Trevor Beer coming out first. Trevor Beer, he was racing yesterday, and he is double entered today with his Pontiac G8 GXP. Running both in the Midwest Index Shootout Series today, as well as the Buick-Olds-Pontiac race. So Beer in the right-hand side, he is your points leader in Street Intimidator. Bill Brubaker of Sandwich, Illinois, in a Pontiac Firebird left-hand lane. The Street Intimidator category, 12 second. Set their index to the quarter of a second, so when they come up for eliminations, they'll either have a 12 flat, 1225, 1250, or 1275 index in the Street Intimidator category. Midwest Index Shootout Series, a lot of fun. It is all heads up, all pro tree, all door slammer racing for cars of all performance levels and types. So the points leader, Trevor Beer, out front with the GXP, 54 on the tree. 12:34 is his elapsed time, 113 miles per hour for Trevor Beer on the right-hand side. 12:78 at 1:08 for Bill Brubaker. The Pontiac Firebird in the left-hand side. Here comes your most recent race winner in Street Intimidator, Keith DeLuca, the Roush Mustang from Channahon, Illinois. Wow, what a stunning car that is in the left-hand side. Paired up with the G&H Thoroughbred sponsored Chevrolet Camaro of Brett Michael from Byron, Illinois. He is the facility's superintendent to Byron Dragway in the purple Camaro right-hand side. Brett Michael will go 12:24, 110 miles per hour to right-hand side. Keith DeLuca, 13:24 at 1:05 in a Roush Mustang in the left lane. Steve Slavic, your final entry in Street Intimidator, a 2003 model Ford Mustang from Grays Lake, Illinois. Hey, a reminder, B.O.P. racers, make sure you are signed up for the B.O.P. Gamblers Race. Sign up now, taking place at the Sunoco Race Fuel Station and Souvenir Stand. Swing on down, see Camden. It is a $25 entry fee. 2 categories, so Pro Class and a Street Class available. Well, this may well be the most unique entry in the Midwest Index Shootout Series. Don Wolcott in the 1971 Volkswagen Bug in the left-hand side. He'll be paired up with Justin Ramus in a 5-liter Fox Body Ford Mustang from Cary, Illinois. And they are giving the signal, burning out the tires here in the Street Heat category. So similar to Street Intimidator, this is the 11-second category. They can set their index to an 11 flat, 11.25, 11.50, or 11.75 come eliminations. Wolcott in the Volkswagen Bug, left-hand side. What a radical entry from Savannah, Illinois. He's in the tower side, Ramus, right lane. 88 Mustang from Cary. And through the quarter mile, 11:57.99 miles per hour for the Volkswagen Bug of Don Wolcott. Justin Ramus, 11:59 at 1:16 to the right-hand side. Your points leader, this is Brian Payne, the Chevrolet Camaro from Waterman, Illinois. Paired up with Chris Lane of Hinckley, Illinois, the HVAC technician. And a beautiful 56 four-door Chevy right-hand side. The 56 will get there first at 11:08, 120 miles per hour for Chris Lane. 11:59 with a 9, 116 the speed for Brian Payne, your points leader, in the left-hand side. Now to bring up Jerry Westcott, left-hand lane of Lindenhurst, Illinois, the 1982 Chevrolet Camaro. Paired up with Scott Gans, the 2019 Dodge Challenger Hellcat. From Dixon, Illinois, on the left-hand side, Scott Gans staged and ready. Jerry Westcott, a former champion of the class from a few years ago. Staging ever so carefully in the Camaro right-hand lane. 009 reaction time for Jerry Westcott. Great light in the Camaro and through the quarter mile. Getting there first. Westcott goes 11:19, 121 miles per hour, and Scott Gans going to be right on that 11 flat index. He goes 11 flat with a 9, 125 miles per hour for Scott Gans in the Dodge Hellcat. And your final street heat entry, this is Russ Dunlap. And a beautiful 1967 Ford Mustang from Plainfield, Illinois, the third-place driver in points. He has been to the winner's circle already this year, looking to get back there again today. Russ Dunlap. Through the quarter mile, he will go 11:47, 118 miles per hour for Russ Dunlap, the last of your street heat competitors. Your points leader in the street limited category, you see the scoreboard 10.80. That is the set index, 1080. They all have one bullseye that they are aiming for, the 1080 index. Doug Lane, the points leader in a Mustang, left-hand side of Hampshire, Illinois, paired up with Michael Olson of Stoughton, Wisconsin, the 1970 Chevelle, right-hand lane. And Doug Lang going to go 1087, 124 miles per hour, and a great run for the 70 Chevelle of Olson. He'll go 1081 with a 9, 121 miles per hour for Olson. And that's going to be right there, one of the best runs in the category. Yep, he is your number one qualifier with that performance. Olson, 1081 on the 1080 index. John Reynolds now, the 1966 Pontiac GTO that he calls the Tired Indian. Part of the JR Motorsports team out of Rockford, Illinois. Reynolds is going to be representing Team Byron Dragway at the NHRA ET Finals at Indianapolis next weekend. Great to have John and so many other competitors on the team. 11:05, 112 miles per hour for John Reynolds. And it is worth noting that Reynolds' wife, Carla, celebrated a birthday out here last weekend, and she was racing her Volkswagen Passat in the Street Eliminator category 1 weekend ago. Coming up now, the final Street Limited entry of the day today. Emma Ballard of Byron, Illinois. 1980 Chevrolet Malibu. Leave with the front tires in the air. So the K&N and Lucas Oil sponsored Malibu of Emma Ballard. 1073, 120 miles per hour for Emma Ballard. That's a wrap for Street Limited. Coming up next, Pro Avenger, the 1020 set index. One notable difference between the Street and Pro categories for the Midwest Index Shootout Series. The Street categories utilize a 5/10 Pro tree, and the Pro categories utilize a 4/10 Pro tree. So Maureen Lancaster and Ed Frost are your first pair out. Frost on the right-hand side, a beautiful blue Chevelle from Elgin, Illinois. He is the number 2 qualifier at this time, ran at 10:29 earlier today. The number 1 qualifier is Scott Frost at a 10:27. I have to believe we will see someone closer than a 10:27 to take over the number 1 qualifying spot. So Maureen Lancaster, Ed Frost, headed down the track strip at the finish line. Well, there's one driver already closer than a 10:27. 10:26 with a 5 for Maureen Lancaster, your new number 1 qualifier. Ed Frost, a touch too quick. 10:17, 129 miles per hour. So the name of the game is to be as close to your index without going under. So a 10:26 is closer without going under, but a 10:17, although that is only 0.03 of a second away from a 10:20, that is going quicker. That is going under, and that's not the goal. We want to stay as close to 10:20 without going quicker. Beautiful wheels up launch for Jason Hawkins, a 5-time champion in the 57 Chevy, left-hand side through the quarter mile. 10:18 for Jason Hawkins, 127 miles per hour. Identical performance to his run from earlier today. 10:31 and 1:31 for Scott Frost in the Chevelle right-hand side. No improvement for Frost this time. Doug Cruz coming up now, the 1991 Chevrolet Camaro from Rockford, Illinois. Paired up with the Chevrolet Nova of Mike Miller. $10.23 for Doug Cruz, your new number 1 qualifier in Pro Avenger. 133 miles per hour for Doug Cruz, tower side. 10:53 at 1:27, an improvement for Mike Miller as well. Buick-Olds-Pontiac, second time trial session to the lanes, please. B.O.P, B.O.P. Lanes 13, 14, 15, and 16. Buick-Olds-Pontiac, lanes 13, 14, 15, and 16. Top Sportsman cars, be ready to go. You are following the Midwest Index Shootout Series. Top Sportsman, be suited up and ready to go. You are coming out next. Derek Mosier and Kevin Lancaster. This is the Pro Dominator category, 950 set index at the stripe. 960 with an 8 for Kevin Lancaster, the 37 Chevy Coupe left-hand side. 961 at 129 for Derek Mosier in the Chevelle with a 009 reaction time. On the right-hand side, another pair of Chevys at the line. Jim Sibley, the 1976 Nostalgia Pro Stock Type Monza with the Iaconio and Allen paint scheme on the right-hand side from Chillicothe, Illinois. Paired up with Chris DiCarlo. He is the hired driver for Gary Erickson, who stands on watching the 71 Chevrolet Nova in the left-hand lane. .960 with a 425 miles per hour for Jim Sibley in the right-hand side. 973 at 132 for Chris DiCarlo in the Nova left-hand lane. And 2 cars remain now in the Pro Dominator category. Your points leader, this is Marty Thornton of Kingston, Illinois. A beautiful Ford Mustang that he has owned since high school. Been racing it on the drag strip for 40-plus years. Marty Thornton coming up on the left-hand side, your current points leader in Pro Dominator. 952, 138 miles per hour. Marty Thornton, a fantastic run in the Mustang. And that is good enough for the number 1 qualifying spot for Marty Thornton. Kelly Spears, your last index car. Final qualifying session, he goes 960, 143 miles per hour. And that's a wrap for qualifying. Qualifying sheets and ladders will be posted shortly for the Midwest Index Shootout Series. This is the second and final qualifying session of Midwest Top Sportsman. Two heavy hitters coming out first. Brandon Baxter, the winner from yesterday, and the Dodge Avenger from Granville, Illinois. He's on the left-hand side, paired up with the Amazing Grace. That is Eric Grace of Brooklyn, Wisconsin, in a 63 split-window Chevrolet Corvette. Your third-place qualifier so far. On the right-hand side, Eric Grace. With 4:48 elapsed time for Eric Grace on the right-hand side. 155 is his speed. 1:42 and 4:89 elapsed time for Brandon Baxter on the left-hand side. Coming up next, a driver that is racing in both Top Sportsman today, as well as the B.O.P. drags. That is Josh Fears and a 1982 Chevrolet Camaro of Orion, Illinois. Fears on the right-hand side, paired up with Don Matika. Matika, part of a father-son racing team. Don's son, DJ, coming up shortly in a Camaro. So Matika in the left-hand side, Josh Fears in the right-hand lane. .467 for Don Matika in the left-hand lane. His best run of the day, 149 miles per hour. And Josh Fears, a 5:02 was his best time of the day. A 5:05 that time at 1:37 for Josh Fears. Coming up now, the number one qualifier, Rick Slaka Jr., the 1997 Pontiac Firebird from Batavia, Illinois. Turned his best time of the weekend earlier, a 4:31 with a 2, 164.99 miles per hour. Well, the temperature keeps climbing today, so not sure we're going to see him eclipse that 4:31 in this second qualifying session. But they're sure going to give it a try. Rick Slaka Jr., left-hand lane, paired up with the former NHRA division champion, Alex Bosak, the Mopar, right-hand side, a 2002 Dodge Neon from the Windy City of Chicago, Illinois. B.O.P. cars to the lanes, please. Your final time trial session. B.O.P. cars to the lanes, please, for your final time trial session. 4:33 with a 3, 164 miles per hour for Rick Slaka Jr. He will not improve, but that'll still be the quickest run of all Top Sportsman cars this second session so far. 4:47 to 1:57 for Alex Bosak on the right-hand side. An improvement for him. That is his best run of the weekend. Davey Dens and DJ Matika coming up now. Matika, just 17 years of age in the right-hand side, a high schooler in the IROC Z28 Chevrolet Camaro in the right-hand lane. Paired up with Davey Dins, the 1998 Chevrolet Monte Carlo from Campbellsport, Wisconsin. A previous race winner already this year in Midwest Top Sportsman. .005 reaction time for Davey Dins. Great light, great run. He'll go 486, 143 miles per hour, 520 with a 4. Very consistent from Matika, as that car only varies 0.003 of a second from his run earlier today. And consistency is key when it comes time for eliminations. Here comes the Vetzilla. That is Sean Woodworth of Byron, Illinois. The red Chevrolet Corvette on the left-hand side. Paired up with the Kryptonite Camaro of Jim Banky, the lead singer of the Smokin' Guns, a professional touring country western band based in the Chicago suburbs. When Banky is not singing a tune on stage, he is singing a tune with his big black Chevy in the right-hand side. Had a problem earlier. The car broke in the staging lanes. They have got it fixed, and they are back. Banky and Woodward. Through the finish line, 461, 152 miles per hour for Jim Banky in the right-hand side. 507 at 138 for Sean Woodworth in the Vetzilla Chevrolet Corvette from Byron, Illinois. Some more new entries. Thank you, Dave. Welcome to Piotr Paulin of Roselle, Illinois, a new arrival today, as well as Jeff Peterman joining the fun today with a 72 Chevrolet Vega from Sheridan, Illinois. Welcome to Jeff Peterman in Piotr Paulin. Anthony Pluty coming up now. The beautiful blue Chevrolet Camaro from Homer Glen, Illinois. Kind of a satin finish. I dig it. That is a very, very cool Camaro of Pluty on the left-hand side. Paired up with a very quick Camaro of Eddie Banderowicz Jr. and a 475 earlier today. Can he squeeze a little more power out of it this time? .476, 144, the speed and ET for Ed Banderowicz Jr. Great run for Eddie, Anthony Pluty. 497 at 140 miles per hour to the left-hand side for those pair of side-by-side Chevrolet Camaros. Here comes a new arrival. Has not been down the track yet today, or this weekend for that matter. Tracy Hicks, 2010 Chevrolet Cobalt, right-hand lane. 682 cubic inches in the right-hand lane. So Tracy Hicks has not been down the track yet today. He is in the right-hand side of Madison, Illinois. Paired up with Bob Romano, the Rick Zirk-owned 1998 Saturn, the world's fastest Saturn, the left-hand side of Gilbert's, Illinois. Romano, a 10th place qualifier so far at a 474 at 147 miles per hour. .474 for Tracy Hicks on the right-hand side, 148 miles per hour. They unload off the trailer and put down a great run. Bob Romano, 475 at 147 on the left-hand side for the Saturn. Another new car that just showed up this morning, the Krabby's Bar and Grill 68 Camaro from East Moline, Illinois. That is Bill Rotz, who was purging the nitrous system on the right-hand side. The yellow Camaro from East Moline. Ran a 456 earlier today, good enough for the number 7 spot. Just ahead of him on the qualifying sheet is Matt Simchak, an Oldsmobile Cutlass out of Hales Corner, Wisconsin. Currently in the number 6 spot with the 452. Well, what sunshine we had earlier today has given way to overcast, cloudy skies as the day has gone on. 82 degrees for the high at the time. But so far, nobody really making big moves or improvements from earlier today. One over from earlier. 457 for Bill Rotz. Simchak, much the same. He'll go 453. No improvement for either driver from earlier today. Troy Fenner coming up in the right-hand side. Currently your number 2 qualifier. Ran a 4:36 earlier this morning for the Camaro from Rockford, Illinois. That is Troy Fenner in the right-hand lane. Paired up with Chris Wilking, a diesel mechanic from Marseilles, Illinois. That is a Chevrolet Cobalt. Currently a top 5 car and a 4:51 on the first session today. So 5 cars remain to take the track in this final qualifying session for the Midwest Top Sportsman. B.O.P. drivers, be ready to go. You're going to come out next. Buick-Olds-Pontiac drivers, be ready. You are going to follow the Midwest Top Sportsman. If you have not signed up yet already, B.O.P. drivers, make sure you swing on over to the Sunoco Race Fuel Station after this run. See Camden Isley, $25 is the buy-in. The B.O.P. bracket race, 2 categories, Pro Class and Street Class. 437, 163 miles per hour for Troy Fenner in the Camaro right-hand side. Great run. About 100th of a second off his best of the day. And Chris Wilking goes 4:51 with the 4. And that is good enough for his best run of the day today. And the left-hand side for Chris Wilking. The ladder sheets and qualifying sheets are printed and they are being posted at this time for the Midwest Index Shootout Series. Here comes Gary Erickson with the paperwork, as though he's going to go preach the gospel to all the Midwest Index racers. That is the qualifying sheet and ladder sheets for round 1 of eliminations. They are being posted at this time. Michael Falco and a 1995 Chevrolet Corvette from Pekin, Illinois, paired up with Ed Banderowicz Sr. in the Chevelle left-hand side from Bristol, Wisconsin. .516 for Ed Banderowicz and a 5:41 the last time for Michael Falco in the Chevrolet Corvette. Well, arguably the loudest car in competition this weekend, that is Rich Kent. The 1972 Mercury Comet that he calls Old Glory with a red, white, and blue paint scheme. He has owned that car since it was new. Bought it brand new right off the showroom floor. Made a couple of adjustments to it, as you might see. And he'll take it through 486, 146 miles per hour. The top speed of the day today for Rich Kent in the Old Glory Mercury Comet. Coming out now, B.O.P. Cars, second time trial session. Here we go. These are the Buick-Olds-Pontiac cars. 2 days of B.O.P. action. What a fun weekend it is. So many cool cars. What a treat. Ted Schneller coming up, a 1970 Olds in the left-hand side. Paired up with Dan Whelan, a Buick Skylark of Janesville, Wisconsin. Whelan is out front. He'll cross the finish line first. A 10:26 elapsed time. 130 miles per hour for Dan Whelan. Test and tune cars to the lanes, please. Test and tune cars. Your opportunity is coming. Slick tire test and tune cars to lanes 3 and 4. Slick tire test and tune lanes 3 and 4. Street legal street tire test and tune lanes 1 and 2. Test and tune cars to the lanes, please. Test and tune cars. We will take you to the lanes, please. Test and tune cars to the stage lanes, please. Here comes the heavy hauler, Oldswagon of Bob Kelso, the runner-up from yesterday. And boy, he is good on the tree. That wagon, 39 on the tree, might be his worst line of the weekend. That's saying something. He'll go 10, 2,529 miles per hour for Bob Kelso. 12:05 at 109 in the right-hand lane for Al Martinez in the Buick Grand Sport. John Stolpa, the 65 Olds, 442 from Waterford, Wisconsin, looking for a mid 9-second time. He's going to go 9:46 with the 641 miles per hour. Gary, you could be recruiting John Stolpa to jump into the Pro Dominator category with that kind of performance. 11:62 at 1:15 to the right-hand side for Steve Niles. Trevor Beer, a driver that's doing double duty, racing in the Midwest Index Shootout Series. He's in Street Intimidator, as well as B.O.P competition. He was the runner-up yesterday in B.O.P Street in the Pontiac G8 GXP you see on the left-hand side. $12.49 for Trevor Beer at 1:09 in the left-hand lane. Paul Breeley coming up from Carpentersville, Illinois. The 1986 Buick Grand National turbo charged entry on the left-hand side. Running alongside Dan Rocco, another Buick from Lombard, Illinois. Rocco gets the jump off the starting line, and Rocco's going to cross the finish line first. Dan Rocco, 11:05, 121 miles per hour, 12:41 at 1:09 to the left-hand side for Paul Breeley.
All right, a new Pro Dominator ladder has been printed. A new Pro Dominator ladder has been printed.
Bill Grupp coming up. Wow, what a beautiful, beautiful Buick GS 455 from Sleepy Hollow, Illinois. This is Bill Grupp on the left-hand side. Paired up with Josh Fears, the Pontiac J2000 in the right-hand lane from Orion, Illinois. Final call, test and tune cars. Final call, test and tune cars. Slick Tire Race Cars, lanes 3 and 4. Slick Tire Race Cars, lanes 3 and 4. And Street Legal Street Tire Test and Tune, lanes 1 and 2, please. 974 on the right-hand side for Josh Fears in the Pontiac 2000. 1296 at 102 on the left-hand side for Bill Grupp of Sleepy Hollow. So, Deacon Kalish, the Golf Pro, in a super gas roadster-style Dodge Challenger. Runs in the 990 index. It's going to take off. The car will be on a throttle stop. And what does that mean? Well, it means that it controls the throttle on an electronic timer. So the car will take off, and on a timer, it'll actually roll out of the throttle automatically. Timer kicks back in, and all of a sudden the car will take off once more. Probably about the 200-foot mark, give or take. It'll try to run a 990 elapsed time exactly. Wow, what did I tell you? 990 with a 0. Spot on. A perfect elapsed time for Deacon Kalish. Normally I say buckle up when we got a wild one coming, but, well, there's no seatbelt here. DJ Esser, the turbocharged nitrous Suzuki from Black Earth, Wisconsin. Kind of a wild ride earlier. Bucked him around like a Bronco, an 8:08 elapsed time. Looking for a 7-second time right here from DJ Esser. Will Esser doing everything in his power to keep the bike in the left-hand lane. Really struck up the tires at about the 200-foot mark. You could see smoke rolling off the tires, and the bike wanted to keep pushing right. He shuts it down at about the 8th mile mark and coasts through on a motorcycle that is well capable of running deep into the 7-second range. Hey, a special welcome to Barrett. Special welcome to Barrett out at Byron Dragway today. Pair of junior tracksters getting ready for next weekend's annual Junior Fest. 2 days of juniors with Wallies and all kinds of special awards. 8th mile time, 11:68 in the left-hand side for Tanner Liston, and 15:70 in the right-hand lane for Jack Lane. So, slick tire test and tune cars, you are coming out next in lanes 3 and 4. You ready to go? Lanes 3 and 4. Slick tire race car test and tune coming out next. And street legal test and tune, lanes 1 and 2. We go on hold. As you can see in the top end, the fire safety crew are responding to a fire at the top end. So they are there. They are on time and extinguishing the fire at this time. So we're going to keep you posted here. From our vantage point, it looked like the driver was out of the car and well. So that is good news, and we'll give you an update here as soon as we can. Well, a report from the top end that all is well down there. The 81 Pontiac Trans Am of Edwin Donder apparently had a fire under the hood. Looks to be a case of a fuel leak is what it looks like, but he was out of the car as the fire safety crew was rolling up to respond, and more than anything, that was the fire suppressant creating the bulk of the smoke you saw down there. You could see a bit of orange flame as the fire truck approached, but they did get it extinguished. The driver is fine. The fire is put out. We're going to keep a close watch on the car. We're going to get them off the top end of the track and resume racing here shortly. But very grateful for the fire safety team in position down there to respond as quickly as they did and extinguish the fuel fire of the Pontiac Trans Am from Edwin Dander. So very good to see that situation handled so quickly. He was out of the car and he is fine. Fire is extinguished with minimal damage, and we should be back to racing here very shortly. Well, the final call for B.O.P. registration. Final call to register for the Buick-Olds-Pontiac Gamblers Race. There is a pro class and a straight class, $25 entry fee. Swing on down to the souvenir stand in Sunoco Race Fuel Station. See Camden Isley and get signed up for the Buick-Olds-Pontiac race. Eliminations will follow Top Sportsman for the Buick-Olds-Pontiac program. Midwest Top Sportsman, your ladder sheet is at the Alex Bosack pit area, located by the front gate. So the ladder sheet, qualifying sheet, they are all there at the Alex Bosack pit area out by the front gate. Test and Tune is on track at this time. Midwest Index Shootout Series, we're going to be calling you soon. We'll be calling you soon for round number 1 of eliminations. On hold currently, after a response to a fire on track that has been handled, the driver is fine and will be clearing the top end here shortly and going back to racing with Test and Tune, which will be followed by the Midwest Index Shootout Series, after which we'll have Top Sportsman, followed by B.O.P. eliminations. We are not calling B.O.P. at this time, but when we do call you to the staging lanes, the B.O.P. Pro category will use lanes 13 and 14, and the B.O.P. Street category will be in lanes 15 and 16. This is not a call to the lanes at this time, B.O.P., but when you do come, those will be the lane assignments. B.O.P. Pro to 13 and 14, B.O.P. Straight to 15 and 16. All right, we are back to action. A big thank you to the fire safety crew responding to the fire at the top end of the track promptly, fast service, and resolving the situation as they did. Here we go with some Pro Trade Test and Tune cars. Lee Kaputska and a Plymouth Duster coming up from Roselle, Illinois. Has a setup for Super Street at this time in the Plymouth. We're looking for a 1090 elapsed time. Takes off, goes on the throttle stop, takes off once more. 004 reaction time. Great light for Lee Kaputska. And through the quarter mile, looking for a 1090 elapsed time. He'll go, wow, right on the money. 004 reaction time and dead on 4 on the 1090 index. Boy, Lee Kaputska, he is ready for some Super Street competition. Midwest Index Shootout Series, you are on standby. Round 1 of Midwest Index Shootout Series. We're going to be calling you very, very soon. Top Sportsman will follow. So Index cars, you are on standby. Midwest Index Shootout Series, we're going to be calling you to the lanes very, very soon. Jeff Peterman. So Jeff Peterman, 72 Chevrolet Vega from Sheridan, Illinois. What I believe to be his first run of the day today with this Vega. Well, no shortage of power here. This is the Pro Charge 565 cubic inch big block Chevy. Chevrolet Monte Carlo Super Sport of David Jensen from Kingston, Illinois. Owner-operator of Jensen Race Cars. Been out here making a lot of test runs here as of late. And he's got this Monte Carlo running pretty good. So look for a good run here from David Jensen in the Pro Charged Monte Carlo. .811 elapsed time, 164 miles per hour for David Jensen of Jensen Race Cars. That Monte Carlo SS is on a string. He's got that car tuned up and tuned in. Well, if you're watching a Byron Dragway TV live, you tuned in at just the right time, because here comes a little sneak preview of the 27th Annual World Power Wheel Standing Championships presented by Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop. Had about a 330-foot, little over 330, wheel stand yesterday. Probably took it about the 185-foot mark earlier. Launching Larry in the Badfish Barracuda. Well, he got it up a little bit quicker than usual that time. Might have unloaded the rear tires just a bit, so he got it up higher than I think we've seen the Badfish get all weekend. But he might have got up a little bit too quick, a little too aggressive, unloaded the rear tires, and he'll come down a little prematurely. 1294.77, that doesn't matter. What matters is how far he carried the front tires. And that was, without a doubt, the highest wheel stand we have seen from the Badfish Barracuda yet. Attention to the pits. Midwest Index Shootout Series. We are ready for you in the lanes, please. Attention, Midwest Index Shootout Series. To the lanes, please. For round number 1 of eliminations, make sure you know your pairing. The qualifying sheets and ladder sheets are posted on the bulletin board right behind the tower. Make sure you know your pairing when you come up. Well, we are ready at this time for the Midwest Index Shootout Series. A reminder, it is 5 miles per hour in the pits at all times at Byron Dragway. 5 miles per hour in the pits at all times at Byron Dragway. A lot of kids, a lot of families out here today, so we do want to make sure that everyone is adhering to the strictly enforced 5 mile per hour speed limit in the pits at all times at Byron Dragway. Nice launch from Mark Langfoss, the Dodge from Belvedere, Illinois. The Mopar through the quarter mile will go a 12:18 elapsed time, 129 miles per hour for Mark Langfoss. Sedona, I see you are partaking in the walking taco today. I could tell before I even saw it, I could smell it in the tower, and I tell you what, I am salivating all over the microphone right now just thinking about when I get the opportunity to sneak down and get a walking taco. Available at the Dragway Diner, tower side of the racetrack, for all of your food and beverage needs this weekend. Remember, the Dragway Diner is open. Hot dogs, hamburgers, brats, walking tacos, as Sedona has, and all the refreshments you need on a hot day at Byron Dragway today. So far, more mild than they called for. 84 degrees and partly cloudy at this time. And a nice steady breeze out of the south. This is Jimmy O'Brien doing a transfer license, an IHRA driver doing an NHRA license transfer run. So the 72 Vega of Jimmy O'Brien, well, feels good. He'll take it through the quarter mile. 9:01 elapsed time, 145 miles per hour for the Chevrolet Vega of Jimmy O'Brien. This is Carter Pelletier. Young man driving a 74 Chevy Love pickup truck, turbocharged entry. And much to our disappointment, it'll be a clocks off run. No time to display here for Carter Pelletier. And one bad, fast Chevy Love. What a run for Carter Pelletier. He'll shut it down just at about the finish line, maybe a little bit sooner. Again, a clocks off run for Carter. No time to display. What a cool pickup truck. Fast Eddie Peterman, 55 chop top Chevy wagon, 1081 laps time, 122 miles per hour for Fast Eddie Peterman. He will be representing Team Byron Dragway at the NHRA ET Finals in Indianapolis next weekend. What a stout team we have got put together. Cannot wait to see how well they do at the ET Finals. So DJ Jones taking the S10 down the racetrack, 1166, 117 miles per hour for the pickup truck of DJ Jones. So, starting line prep work to be done before round number 1 of eliminations gets underway for the Midwest Index Shootout Series. The run order today will go as follows. The index cars are coming out at this time. To be followed by the Midwest Top Sportsman Series. Top Sportsman, do not forget that your ladder sheet is at the Alex Bosick pit area, located out by the front gate. So swing out there, make sure you know your pairing. We're going to be calling you guys in just a matter of minutes, really, once we start rolling some cars out of the lanes for Midwest Index Shootout. Then we're going to call Top Sportsman up for round number 1 of eliminations. After Top Sportsman, we're going to go into eliminations for the B.O.P. Buick-Olds-Pontiac race day number 2. The random potential buys for the first round have been drawn. They are a random potential buy in the Pro category. Number B18, Dan Rocco, potential buy in the B.O.P. Pro category. And in the B.O.P. Street category, number B10, Bill Grupp, is the potential buy in the B.O.P. Street category. B.O.P. cars, when you come to the lanes next, the Pro class will use lanes 13 and 14. The Street class will be lanes 15 and 16. So we're going to separate you out for that first round of eliminations and throughout. Pro class, lanes 13 and 14, and Street class to lanes 15 and 16. Going to be just a little while yet as you will follow Top Sportsman. Well, once more, a special thank you, a special welcome to all of our racers out here. Great turnout today for B.O.P. Racing, as well as Top Sportsman, Index, and Test and Tune. And hard to believe we are already kind of closing in on what will be the twilight of this 2021 season, the latter half of things, as fall begins to get into swing. Hey, if you don't have any plans this Thursday, maybe you're going to call in sick from work on Thursday, September 16th, I would advise doing so. Hot Rod Drag Week makes its triumphant return to Byron Dragway. Been 4 years since they were here last. They were supposed to be here in 2020. That did not happen. But they are going to be back. 400 cars registered to be here to find out who's got the baddest straight legal race car in America. Well, you know what? They've got cars coming from Australia. They have in the past. And Europe as well. It is that big of a show. And it will be here, day number 4 of Hot Rod Drag Week, coming to Byron Dragway on Thursday, September 16th. And boy, is that going to be a fun time. So starting line prep is done and complete. And we are ready and set to go with round number 1 of eliminations. Just as we do every day before round 1 eliminations, we do ask all to please rise. Gentlemen, remove your caps as we will have our invocation followed by the playing of our national anthem. So please join us in prayer. Heavenly Father, we pray that you look over, continue to bless, protect, and keep safe and healthy all of our racers and competitors here this weekend. We thank you for bringing us together. We thank you for the health and the fortune and the freedom to be here amongst family, friends, and other like-minded individuals that love to share this sport together. We pray for everyone's safety and health on their travels home, and we thank you, Lord. In your name we pray, amen. And to perform our national anthem today, we welcome Lisa Lear to the tower.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free?
Thank you once more, Lisa Lear, performing our national anthem in the tower. Hey, if you want to find Lisa and tell her job well done or admire, maybe she'll give you some singing lessons. She is available down at the Dragway Diner. Everyone kind of multitasks around here, and we thank you, Lisa, for sharing your talents in saluting our country with the national anthem, just as she has done a number of times this year. Thank you to Lisa. And with that, we are ready and set to go with round number 1 of eliminations in Street Brawler. A big thank you to the entire cast and crew at Byron Dragway that makes these events possible, beginning with your staging lane director today. That is Brian Hampton, sharing those duties with Terry Simpson. Waterbox attendants today include Mr. Bill and Tommy the Hitman Mercer. Your chief starter is Jeff Spearling. A big thank you to the fire safety crew down track, as we can count on their services as we did earlier today in the shutdown area. Thank you to the fire safety crew. Ian Knapp at Time Slips. The crew from Sam's Drive-In in the Dragway Diner. Camden Isley down at the souvenir stand and fuel pumps. And Sedona Griffey, your clock operator extraordinaire. On track right now, this is round 1 of eliminations. The Street Brawler category. Brian Hampton and a backup car, a truck for that matter. The Dodge Ram pickup paired up with Travis Beer. Hampton kind of a shot in the dark here. 9:14 on the 17:55 index. And Travis Beer, the Nissan Altima, gets the win line to the right-hand side, 1798 on the 1680 index for Travis Beer. Win line in the left-hand side, 1376 on the 1370 index. Jacob Lane having his birthday today, 17 years of age. Happy birthday to Jacob, and wow, what a present so far. He's going into the final round of Street Brawler. Top Sportsman, round number 1 to the lanes, please. Midwest Top Sportsman, round 1 of eliminations. We need you, please. Lanes 5 and 6. Midwest Top Sportsman to the staging lanes, please. Keith DeLuca, your most recent race winner in the Street Intimidator category. The beautiful Roush Mustang. Boy, is that thing sharp. 1275 index for DeLuca on the left-hand side, paired up with Steve Slavik, a 2003 Ford Mustang. Slavik in the right-hand side, DeLuca in the left-hand lane. Making their way down track at the finish line. Win line's going to go to Keith DeLuca. The Roush Mustang goes 1309 on the 1275 index. Picking up the win over Steve Slavik. All right, we've got a broke by, it does appear, for Bill Brubaker. The Pontiac Firebird, right-hand side. Going to put a 1275 on his window. How close can he get to that index without going under? Scott Gans and Brian Payne. This is the street heat category. Brian Payne is your points leader on the right-hand side, but he is going to leave too soon. Taking off before the tree comes down. And Scott Gans takes out the points leader in the opening round. Wow, what an upset. Scott Gans, 11:28 on the 11 flat index. The Hellcat wreaking havoc on Brian Payne. Now this next driver, he's got a cheering section tuned in and watching on Byron Dragway TV. This is Russ Dunlap, a 1967 Ford Mustang from Plainfield, Illinois. 1150 the set index for Dunlap. 1150 for the Mustang as well of Justin Ramus in the right-hand side. Heads up, 1150 pair of Mustangs. Dunlap, Tower Lane. Ramus in the right-hand side. Dunlap, big launch, but just a little too soon. He will go red in the left-hand lane, and Justin Ramus, the automatic win line on the right-hand side. He'll go 11:59 on the 1150 index for Justin Ramus. And the Volkswagen Bug, probably, I'm going to say, the most unique entry of all the indexers. This is Don Wolcott of Savannah, Illinois. 1125 the index for Wolcott, paired up with Chris Lane, the four-door 56 Chevy from Hinckley, Illinois. 56, boy, he made a lot of laps out here over Glory Days weekend back in July. But the win's going to go to the Volkswagen. 1140 and the 1125 index, Don Wolcott, the Bug. The Volkswagen Bug is your winner in the left-hand side. Your final entry now in the street heat category. Jerry Westcott, 1125 this set index. For a Westcott, a Byron, as there are an odd number of entries. Top Sportsman making their way to the lanes for round number 1 of eliminations. Second call, Top Sportsman. Second call, Top Sportsman. You will follow Index Shootout. So Jerry Westcott takes it through the quarter mile. 11:18 on the 1125 index. This is the Street Limited category. You know, it was a tough customer in Street Limited a couple of years ago, Jim Laughlin. He's headed out the gate right now. Thanks to Jim Laughlin for being out here. He's going to go to the ET Finals, as is John Reynolds, the GTO on the left-hand side, who is paired up with the points leader, number 1 and 2 in points, and the points leader will take out John Reynolds here in the opening round of Street Limited class competition. Going 1086 in the 1080 index, Doug Lang, your winner on the right-hand side. Coming up now, Emma Ballard and Michael Chucky Olson. They call him Chucky in the right-hand side, the 70 Chevelle from Stoughton, Wisconsin. He is your number 1 qualifier in the right lane. Ran a 1081 in qualifying. 1073 for Ballard earlier today. And the K&N sponsored Chevrolet Malibu in the left-hand side. We are looking for B.O.P. B.O.P. to the lanes, please. Round number 1 of B.O.P. class competition. At the staging lanes, please. B.O.P. Pro to 13 and 14. B.O.P. Street to 15 and 16. Win light to Emma Ballard. Going 1087.5 on the 1080 index. Chucky, the 70 Chevelle, the number 1 qualifier, breaks out Going 1078 on the 1080 index, and Emma Ballard is your winner. She'll advance into the final round of Street Limited. And we change classes once more. This is the Pro Avenger category. A pair of bow ties coming out first. This is Maureen Lancaster. In the 69 Camaro, that is Maureen Lancaster, paired up with Mike Miller in the 68 model Chevrolet Nova from Mount Carroll, Illinois. This is the heads-up 1020 index on a 4/10 Pro tree. They will leave side by side. They'll be wheel to wheel, door handle to door handle, the whole length of the quarter mile. Top Sportsman cars, be ready. You are going to follow Pro Dominator. Top Sportsman cars, you will follow Pro Dominator. Red light start for Mike Miller. Maureen Lancaster advances on to the next round. And the farmer, Maureen Lancaster, goes 10-27, 131 miles per hour to Camaro, left-hand side. Coming up next, these are the brothers, the Frost brothers. Scott Frost and Ed Frost. A pair of Chevelles, 67 model for Ed in the left-hand side. That's the red one. Excuse me, Scott in the left-hand side. Ed driving the blue 69 Chevelle on the right-hand side. The brotherly battle in round number 1. Close race off the starting line. Who will prevail, Scott Frost or Ed Frost at the stripe win light? Ed Frost in the blue 69 Chevelle, going 1028 on the 1020 index. Scott Frost was 1031. Ed closer to the index. I'll bring up Doug Cruz, the Rally Sport 1991 Chevrolet Camaro from Rockford, Illinois, paired up with a 5-time series champion, Jason Hawkins. 57 Chevy right-hand side of DeKalb, Illinois. Beautiful wheels up launch for Jason Hawkins. He's out front. Can he stay there? They approach the quarter mile. Scoreboard says win light to Jason Hawkins. 1027 on the 1020 index. He is your winner in the right-hand side. Thank you to Felix for coming out from Aurora. This is the 950 index. Derek Mosier and Kevin Lancaster at the finish line. Win light to Derek Mosier in the 72 Chevelle. 953 in the 950 index. Derek Mosier a little bit better at the tree, a little bit closer to the index. Better at both ends of the strip. That's a recipe for success. Derek Mosier on to the next round. Coming up next is Jim Sibley and Machine Gun Kelly Spears. Spears comes into today second place in points. He was the champion 1 year ago in the Dodge Dart right-hand side. And it looks like Spears is going to get the win. 953 looks like Spears was slowing down. I thought he might have been losing steam down there. But that was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Machine Gun Kelly Spears coming away the winner over Jim Sibley. That'll bring up the points leader, Marty Thornton in the left-hand side, a Ford Mustang from Kingston, Illinois. Also the number 1 qualifier today, ran a 952 in qualifying. This may well be the car to beat. Marty Thornton in the left-hand side, Chris DiCarlo in the Chevrolet Nova, right-hand lane of Carroll Stream, Illinois. Wow, wheels up launch for Chris DiCarlo, the likes of which we haven't seen from that Nova. Through the quarter mile, win light's going to go to Marty Thornton on a double breakout. 9:41 for DiCarlo on the right-hand side. 9:49 with the 3 for Marty Thornton. And Marty, the lesser of the two breakouts, gets the win to conclude that opening round of Pro Dominator class competition in the Midwest Index Shootout Series. Coming out next, a little bit of starting line prep work before the ultra-quick, ultra-fast round number 1 of Midwest Top Sportsman. Here we go, round number 1 eliminations. This is Midwest Top Sportsman. The Amazing Grace, that is Eric Grace in the right-hand side. The 63 split-window Chevrolet Corvette with an astounding 449 dial-in for Eric Grace in the right-hand side. Paired up with a previous race winner from earlier this year, that is Davey Dins, the Chevrolet Monte Carlo from Campbell Sport, Wisconsin. He'll get the head start with a 485 dial-in in the left lane. Close race off the starting line. At the finish line, double breakout. Eric Grace, your winner on a double breakout. 448 with a 6 and a 449 dial-in. David Inns got there first, broke out by more. 483 on the 485 dial-in. What a close race. 21 on the tree for Dins, 33 for Grace. Eric Grace, your third place qualifier, goes on to the next round. Coming up now, this is the Vetzilla. The Vetzilla from Byron, Illinois. That is Sean Woodworth, a 506 dial-in. Paired up with the Kryptonite Camaro, Jim Banky in the right-hand side at the finish line stripe. Give the win to Jim Banky. 465 and a 460 dial-in, 008 reaction time. Jim Banky, the lead singer of the Smokin' Guns. Well, he is singing a different kind of tune today. The kind of tune of the 8-cylinder variety. What a run for Jim Banky. That'll bring up now the young gun, the 17-year-old sensation from Franksville, Wisconsin, DJ Matika, 519 dial-in for the 17-year-old in the left-hand side. Boy, what were you driving? You were 17. I doubt it was 133 mile per hour, 8th mile speed Camaro like DJ Matika. He is paired up with the 1998 Saturn, the world's fastest Saturn. That is Bob Romano, a 474 dial-in for Romano in the right-hand lane. Well, the lightning quick 17-year-old has a 005 reaction time and gets the win in the left-hand lane. 5:22 on the 5:19 index. How about that DJ Matika? Very quick reflexes for the young man from Wisconsin. A pair of Chevrolet Camaros coming out next. B.O.P. We need Buick-Olds-Pontiac to the lanes, please. B.O.P. to the lanes, please. B.O.P. Pro to lanes 13 and 14. B.O.P. Pro, lanes 13 and 14. Dan Rocco, B18, please report to lane number 12. Dan Rocco, please pull into lane 12. You are the potential buy. And B.O.P. Street, lanes 15 and 16. B.O.P. Street, lanes 15 and 16. Bill Grupp, B10, please pull into lane number 17. You are the potential buy. Bill Grupp. All right, Bill Rotz, the 68 Camaro left-hand side with the 456 dial-in. And Josh Fears in the 82 Chevy, right-hand side, with a 504 dial-in for Josh Fears. At the finish line, win light to Bill Rotz in the left-hand side. 457 on the 456 dial-in. 1 over the dial-in, 29 on the tree. Great run for the Krabby's Bar and Grill Camaro of Bill Rotz. I would argue that there is no louder car in competition this weekend than that of the Old Glory 72 Mercury Comet of Rich Kent. A car that he bought new in 1972. Made a couple of modifications along the way. He has a 485 dial-in for Kent in the left-hand side. 459 dial-in for Alex Bosek, series director of the Midwest Top Sportsman program, and a former division champion in the Mopar, right-hand side, a 2002 Dodge Neon. So, Rich Kent and Alex Bosek, your next pair at the starting line. Rich Kent, the Old Glory Mercury Comet, will get the win. 489 on the 485 dial-in. Bosek chopped down the Christmas tree on the right-hand side. A 009 reaction time, but he could not run the number. Well off the pace from his run earlier today. He is 470 on the 459 dial-in. And Rich Kent in the Comet is going to streak across the finish line and get the win. That's going to bring up yesterday's winner. If he has any hope of going back-to-back and sweeping the weekend, it's going to start here, and it's going to start against Chris Wilking. And Wilking is not one to be taken lightly. He is the 5th place qualifier. The Chevrolet Cavalier. No, that is a Cobalt. Changed my mind midway through that one, and I went Cavalier, and I knew it was a Cobalt. Chevrolet Cobalt from Marseilles, Illinois. That is Chris Wilking at 451 dial-in on the left-hand side. 489 dial-in for Brandon Baxter on the right-hand side, the Dodge Avenger. Yesterday's winner. And the win line's going to go to Brandon Baxter, who is dead on 5. In a right-hand lane, Chris Wilking had a big starting line advantage. He was 006 green on the Christmas tree, got there first with room to spare, and he will break out. Give it a win to Brandon Baxter. So Baxter, on a 6-round win streak this weekend, keeps his hopes alive of potentially doubling up on this double-header weekend. Here comes the number 1 qualifier. There are an odd number of cars, so he is awarded the Byron here in the opening round of eliminations. Rick Soika Jr. Previous best time today, a 4:31 in 164 miles per hour. Dialed in at a 4:33 here in round number 1 of eliminations. Was the runner-up yesterday, trying to take it 1 round further today. Rick Soika Jr. All right, down Broadway, 435, 164.65 miles per hour for Rick Soika Jr. Textbook run for the Firebird. So a final call for Buick-Olds-Pontiac race. Final call, Buick-Olds-Pontiac. To the lanes, please. B.O.P. Pro, lanes 13 and 14. B.O.P. Pro, lanes 13 and 14. On the pro side, Dan Rocco, B18. B18, you are the potential buy of the round. Pull over to lane 12 if you could. Or hang out in the back of the lanes. That would work also. B.O.P. Street, lanes 15 and 16. Bill Grupp, B10. Bill Grupp, you are the potential buy. Make sure you are pulled to the side or at the back of the lanes, as you are the random potential buy of this round. Anthony Pluty and Matt Simchak coming up next. Simchak in the Cutlass, right-hand side, a 453 dial-in. And Pluty in the Camaro. How about that, Anthony Pluty? A perfect reaction time. Trip, zip, green to the left-hand side. He'll go 5 flat on the 497 dial-in with a perfect light, and he will get the win. Truly incredible. Check that out. 2 bad 68 Chevrolet Camaros. Eddie Banderowicz Jr. and Troy Finner. Finner on the right-hand side, your number 2 qualifier, a 436 dial-in. For the Camaro on the right-hand side. Boy, that thing is a piece of artwork on wheels in the right lane. 475 dial-in for Eddie Banderowicz Jr., the young man from Lake Bluff, Illinois. 12th place qualifier on the left-hand side. And Troy Finner's going to leave too soon. Red light start for Troy Finner. Win light to Eddie Banderowicz Jr. Dead on 3. Wow, 475 with the 3 and the 475 dialing 22 on the tree. Eddie Banderowicz Jr. ready regardless of what Troy Finner did in the right-hand side. Finner red by 14 thousandths of a second. Eddie Banderowicz Jr. on to round number 2. Michael Falco and Tracy Hicks. Coming up next, Hicks on the right-hand side. Chevrolet Cobalt. Made it here just in time for the final qualifying session. And boy, did he make it count. At 4:74 elapsed time for Hicks. In the right-hand side, he is a 470 dial-in for Hicks, 540 dial-in for Michael Falco in the Chevrolet Corvette in the left-hand lane from Pekin, Illinois. And another red light start. This time, Hicks goes red. Giving the win to Michael Falco in the left-hand side. 545 and a 540 dial-in. Boy, Hicks will be kicking himself as he was dead on 3 in the right-hand side, but red at the tree. And Michael Falco, the Corvette from Pekin, advances on to the next round. Well, long smoky burnout for Don Matika in the left-hand lane. The Chevrolet Cavalier from Franksville, Wisconsin. His young 17-year-old son, DJ, already turned on a win light earlier in the round. Can Don Matika make it 2 for 2 for the Matikas today? Well, Ed Banderowicz Sr. might have something to say about that, because Ed Banderowicz Sr., well, his son, Eddie Banderowicz Jr., already won in the 68 Chevelle earlier this round. So one of these two families is going to have a father-son racing combo going into round number 2. Will both the Matikas be in round 2, or will it be both of the Banderowiczes? Matika, left-hand side, 467 dial for the Cavalier. 516 dial-in for Banderowicz in the Chevelle right-hand lane. Identical reaction times at the finish line. Don Matika closer to the dial-in, 469 on the 467 dial-in. He is 2 over the dial-in. Banderowicz is 3 over the dial-in. That race decided at the finish line. Don Matika is your winner. Well, boy, what a contest. Identical 0:15 reaction times for the two. And that was a great race. Bob Kelso, yesterday's runner-up in the wagon, left-hand side from Hebron, Illinois. Paired up with Dan Wieland in the right-hand side at the finish line. Win light's going to go to Bob Kelso on a double breakout. Wow, he is almost right on the dial-in. 10:24 with a 9 on the 10:25 dial-in. Bob Kelso picking up right where he left off yesterday, advancing into the next round. Hey, do not forget that the ladder sheets for round 2 of Index are posted. The round 2 ladder sheets are posted for Index. And Sean Brady has the ladder sheet for round 2 of Top Sportsman. John Stolpa, the Rocket Racing 65 Olds 442 on the left-hand side Paired up with Pete Van Tholen. Van Tholen on the Buick, right-hand side from Bolingbrook, Illinois. At the finish line, win light to John Stolpa. 944, the 946 Dylan. He is the lesser of the two breakouts on the double breakout. Stolpa, your winner in the Olds, 442, left-hand side. That's going to bring up now Chris Wicker in the Buick. Left-hand side out of Chesney Park, Illinois. 1131 Dylan for Wicker. He's going to take off first. Trying to chase him down is going to be the Oldsmobile. That is Casey Walker. In an Olds 442 right-hand side with the 1049 Dylan. He is yesterday's winner in the right-hand side. Test and tune to the staging lanes, please. Test and tune cars. We are looking for you in the staging lanes. Red light start for Wicker. 006 red for the Buick. Win line to the right-hand side for Casey Walker. And that would be, what is that now? 6 consecutive round wins this weekend for Casey Walker in the Olds 442. John Reynolds. And Dan Rocco, the final pair in the pro category. And at the finish line, win line's going to go to Dan Rocco. 1107 on the 1105 dial-in. And Rocco with the Buick is moving on to the next round. Here comes the B.O.P. Street category. Leading the way, that is Paul Brealey, the turbocharged Buick Grand National from Carpentersville, Illinois, on the right-hand side. Paired up with Steve Niles, left-hand side, out of Muskego, Wisconsin, a 1972 Olds 442. 1158 Dylan for Niles, 1243 for Brealey in the right-hand lane. A red light start for Niles. Win line to the right-hand side for Paul Brealey. He's going to go on to the next round. 12:48 on the 12:43 dial-in. Paul Brealey going on to round number 2. Buybacks will be at the Sunoco Race Fuel Station for the B.O.P. program. Buybacks at the Sunoco Race Fuel Station for the B.O.P. program. Al Martinez on the left-hand side, a 12 flat dial-in for Martinez with the Buick left-hand lane. Right against Trevor Beer on the right-hand side. Win line going to go to Trevor Beer, 1238 on the 1230 dial-in. He is racing into the Index program, racing into the B.O.P. program. He is a busy man today and going into round number 2. $20 is the buyback fee. Swing on down and get bought back in round number 2 if you lost in round number 1. This is Bill Grupp into the left-hand side. And win line to the right-hand side for number 25. I believe that is Ted Schneller getting the win in the right-hand side to conclude this round of B.O.P. Street Class Competition. Test and tune. You are coming out now. Test and tune. This is your track time. Test and tune. To the lanes, please. Test and tune. You are on track. The Polaris of John Maniatis, left-hand side, 11:76 lap time, 109 miles per hour. 1097 to 125 in the right lane for number 17 of Kalen Griffin out of Batavia. Another pair of sleds at the line. Never would have imagined such a thing on a almost 90-degree day in September. Brian Lamb, the Skidoo Mach Z, left-hand side of South Beloit, Wisconsin. He's in the left-hand lane. And Butch Veltum out of Genoa City, Wisconsin. Another Skidoo Mach Z. They are side by side. Looks like Butch is going to lose pace here. Brian Lamb, your winner. 996, 123 miles per hour on the sled in the left-hand side. DJ Esser doing everything in his power to keep this bike in his lane. He never really gave up the whole way down. 891, 136, just kind of taking it across the stripe. But boy, once they get that bike running straight down the track, you can imagine a deep 7-second time coming from the turbo nitrous bike of DJ Esser. Pair of juniors getting ready for next weekend's Junior Fest weekend. 2 days of juniors. 1166 for Jack Lang on the left-hand side at 53 miles per hour. 1170 at 54 miles per hour on the right-hand side for Tanner Liston. Wally's up for grabs both days, both classes, in Junior Elite and Junior Novice next weekend in the Junior Fest weekend. So Test and Tune going to be coming out here in just a moment. Final call for Test and Tune this session. The first call out for round number 2 of Midwest Index Shootout. Round 2 Index cars, we are looking for you. Round 2 Index, don't forget your ladder sheets are posted. Make sure you check your pairings before you come up. This is the Pro-Charged Big Block Chevy of David Jensen. From David Jensen Race Cars, he'll go 811, 161 miles per hour for the Pro-Charged Monte Carlo SS from Kingston, Illinois. Wow, what a run. Hey, while it is quiet, a special welcome to the Machine Gun Kelly fan club over on the Byron Hill. Special welcome to the Machine Gun Kelly Spears fan club, taking in the festivities on the Byron Hill. Thank you. We see you. We thank you. Can we do a wave? Can we do a, like they do at the big stadiums? You guys coordinate it down there. We're going to give you a minute. Start from one end and go to the other, and let's see a nice big wave. All right, we'll do a countdown. On 3, start at the tree and work your way back, fan club. On 3, 1, 2, 3. Wow, no participation. Well, we tried. A final call, Midwest Index Shootout Series, round number 2. To the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, you are on standby. Top Sportsman, we're going to be calling you in just a minute or so. Top Sportsman, you are on standby. B.O.P, round 2, you are on standby. We'll be calling you very soon as well. And launching Larry. Not even waiting for the tree to come down. Well, he's not wanting to show his hand. If you know where he leads and you know exactly how far he goes, but if he can take off from a different position, then, well, you're just left to guess how far that wheel stand really was from launching Larry. We're going to put the first call out for Midwest Top Sportsman, round number 2. Top Sportsman, round 2. First call to the lanes, please. First call, round 2, Top Sportsman, to the staging lanes, please. This is round number 2 of the Street Brawler category. Jacob Lang celebrating his 17th birthday today in the Ford Mustang left-hand side, paired up with Travis Beer. This is the final round of the Street Brawler category. And at the finish line, hey, Jacob Lang on his birthday is the winner. 1387 on the 1370 index. Jacob Lang turns 17 years old today and turns on the win light in the final round. Job well done to Jacob Lang, and a job well done as well to Travis Beer, the runner-up in Street Brawler today. Going to bring up the Street Intimidator category semi-final round. Second call, Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, round number 2. Second call to the lanes, please. Second call, Top Sportsman, round number 2. To the staging lanes, please. Bill Brubaker and Trevor Beer. Trevor Beer, the runner-up yesterday in the B.O.P. Street category. Already a winner in round number 1 of B.O.P. Street. Finds himself in round 2 of Midwest Index Shootout Series. He is the points leader on the right-hand side. 1250 index for Beer, 1275 for Brubaker. So Brubaker and the Firebird, he's out front. The GXP of Trevor Beer, the points leader, trying to reel him in. At the finish line, win light's going to go to Trevor Beer, 1272 on the 1250 index. And he'll advance into the final round of Street Intimidator. And that's where he's going to face Keith DeLuca, the most recent race winner from the Street Intimidator category in the Roush Mustang from Channahon, Illinois. Boy, that is a sharp-looking Ford. 1275 index for DeLuca on a Byron into the final. So 13 flat on the 1275 index, and Keith DeLuca will face Trevor Beer in the final round of Street Intimidator. A final call, round number 2 of Midwest Top Sportsman. Final call to the lanes, please. We are now looking for B.O.P. Pro. B.O.P. Pro to 13 and 14, and B.O.P. Street to 15 and 16. Street Heat category on track. Scott Gans in the Dodge Hellcat. Left-hand side, 11 flat index for Gans. 1150 for Justin Ramus in the Mustang, and the Mustang turns on the win light. 1166 on the 1150 index. Gans got there first. He broke out. Ramus in the Mustang on to round number 3. Don Wolcott in the Volkswagen Bug from Savannah, Illinois. 1125 the index for Wolcott. 1125 the index as well for Jerry Westcott in the Camaro. Wow, close race off the starting line. And this one could go just about either way. Heads up, you hear them working the throttle at the finish line, and neither driver in a hurry to get there. 1138 on the 1125 index. Westcott, your winner in the Camaro over Don Wolcott. Casey Walker, 1112. You are the potential buy in round number 2 of B.O.P. Pro. Casey Walker, entry number 1112. You are the potential buy in round number 2 of B.O.P. Pro. Casey Walker, please report to lane number 12. And Paul Brealey is a potential buy in round 2 of B.O.P. Street. Paul Brealey, please report to lane number 17. Here we go. Final round of Street Limited competition. Emma Ballard in the Malibu left-hand side and Doug Lang, the points leader in the Mustang right-hand side. This is heads up 1080 index. It is a very close race off the starting line and at the finish line. Win light to Emma Ballard. She is your Street Limited class winner today. Going 1086 on the 1080 index, Emma Ballard picking up the W today in the Street Limited class over the points leader, Doug Lang. Semi-final round of Pro Avenger. Maureen Lancaster and Ed Frost. Well, for Frost to get here, he had to beat his brother, Scott Frost, in the opening round. He's driving the Chevelle on the right-hand side from Elgin, Illinois. His opponent, the 69 Camaro of Maureen Lancaster in the left-hand lane. This is the heads-up 1020 index in Pro Avenger. And the win light, Ed Frost in the Chevelle right-hand side, 1030 with a 5 on the 1020 index. Maureen closer to the index, but Ed Frost with the starting line advantage. He is your winner in the right-hand side. Here comes the 5-time Pro Avenger champion, Jason Hawkins, in a 57 Chevy from DeKalb, Illinois. A nice wheels-up launch for Hawkins. And he'll get the buy into the final where he will square off with Ed Frost for the top prize. Wow, dead on 8 for Jason Hawkins. What a run. Going right on the dial-in, Jason Hawkins advances to the final. Well, it's time for the fan club to get on their feet. Machine Gun Kelly is at the starting line. And the Dodge Dart right-hand side from Rockford, Illinois. This is the heads-up 950 Pro Dominator class. Spears, your defending champion of the series from 2020. Paired up with Derek Mosier on the left-hand side, a Chevelle that was out here testing and tuning yesterday. It's a very close race. Too close to call from the tower at the finish line. Win light's going to go to Machine Gun Kelly Spears by 8 thousandths of a second. The 2020 champion Machine Gun Kelly gets the win light, and the fan club goes wild on the Byron Hill. Special welcome to the fan club of Machine Gun Kelly Spears. Well represented on the Byron Hill today. Marty Thornton coming up now, the points leader of 2021. And the Ford Mustang from Kingston, Illinois. He'll get the buy into the final where he will face Kelly Spears. And that Mustang of Marty Thornton is ever tough. 001 reaction time for Marty. He'll go 947 with a 139 miles per hour. And now it is time for round number 2 of Midwest Top Sportsman. B.O.P. B.O.P. Final call to the lanes, please, for round number 2. Round 2. B.O.P. to the lanes, please. B.O.P. Pro, lanes 13 and 14. Casey Walker, potential buy. Please report to lane number 12. B.O.P. straight to lanes 15 and 16. Paul Brealey, potential buy in B.O.P. straight. Please report to lane number 17. B.O.P. to the lanes, please. You will follow Midwest Top Sportsman. the Kryptonite Camaro. This is Jim Banky from South Elgin, Illinois. A 2002 Chevrolet Camaro with a 462 dial-in on the tower side. He is the lead singer of a country western band called the Smokin' Guns. He's in the left-hand side, paired up with the Amazing Grace. That is Eric Grace of Brooklyn, Wisconsin. The 63 split-window Chevrolet Corvette. The second quickest car remaining in competition with a 449 dial-in on the right-hand side for Eric Grace. Anybody's race off the starting line and at the finish line. Jim Banky is the winner. 1 over the dial-in, 12 on the tree. What a performance from Jim Banky. But he is a performer. He is a musician. He is used to performing under the brightest lights on the biggest stages. And he does so today. Here comes Brandon Baxter and DJ Matika, 2 young guns of the category. Matika on the right-hand side, just 17 years of age. And the Chevrolet Camaro with the 520 dial on the right-hand side. Brandon Baxter, your winner from yesterday, trying to go double up this weekend with the Dodge Avenger in the left lane with the 489 dial-in. Brandon Baxter versus DJ Matika, round number 2 of Top Sportsman. And the hopes of a double up vanish for Brandon Baxter. He will go red by 6,000 of a second. Brandon Baxter was dead on 0. He will be kicking himself for that one. Dead on 0, but red by 6,000ths of a second. And the young gun DJ Matika, the teenager, advances into round number 3. Well, DJ Matika is on to the next round. Can his father, Don Matika, do the same? He's coming up now into the left-hand side, a 467 dial-in for Don and the Chevrolet Cavalier left-hand side. His opponent, that is Rich Kent, the Old Glory 72 Mercury Comet with a 489 dial-in. Well, we got a red line start for Don Matika and the left-hand side and a catastrophic parts failure of some kind of Rich Kent's Old Glory Mercury Comet. He'll get the win light nonetheless. A red line start for Matika and looked like fiberglass or Lexan or something of that nature coming off of Rich Kent's car. So track crew's going to go out there and respond. It looks like we've got some debris on the track, as Rich Kent will limp it down the track with a win light nonetheless, as Matika was red and Rich Kent advances into the next round. The big question now is, what was the problem with the Comet, and can they get it fixed for round number 3? Well, sounds like the blower belt was ejected from the car of Rich Kent. Got some parts and pieces that they are picking up out there. No sort of fluid or any cleanup like that. Just in a kind of a search right now for little parts here and there. So they're going to get that all picked up. And not sure the status of the Mercury Comet, whether or not he'll be able to get everything back together in time for round number 1. Sounds like when the belt came off, it may have taken some other critical pieces off with it. Not sure the extent of the damage to the car, but we are still picking up a couple of parts out there. Nothing to hold us up here too long. We're going to get the parts picked up from Rich Kent's Old Glory Comet, who got the win by virtue of the red light start from Don Matika. Question is, can he get it fixed in time for round number 3? And we continue Midwest Top Sportsman. Michael Falco and Anthony Pluty, pair of Chevrolets. A 498 dial-in for Pluty on the right-hand side with the Camaro. 537 for the Chevrolet Corvette of Michael Falco. They are off and running. Pair of green lights. This one could go either way. At the stripe, one light's going to go to Anthony Pluty on the right-hand side. 516 on the 498 dial-in. Both drivers off the number just a bit. Falco shutting it down just a touch early, it appears. Here comes your number one qualifier, Rick Soika Jr., Pontiac Firebird with a 435 dial-in in the left-hand lane. Squaring off against Bill Rotz, the Krabby's Bar and Grill, sponsored 68 Camaro with a 457 dial-in to the right-hand side. 7th place qualifier overall for Rotz in the right lane. The number one qualifier is going to go red, and Bill Rotz goes on to the next round. 1 over the dial-in, exactly 458 with a 0. On the 457 dial-in, Bill Rotz advancing into the next round of Top Sportsman. And this appears to be the final car of round number 2. This is Eddie Banderowicz Jr., 12th place qualifier. He has a bye now to conclude this round. 475 dial-in for Banderowicz. He's been right on that number all day today. That's what he qualified at. That's what he ran in the first round. So 475 has been glued on that car all day for Eddie Banderowicz Jr. .476, 145 miles per hour. Eddie Banderowicz Jr., that is a wrap for round number 2 in Midwest Top Sportsman. B.O.P. coming up next. B.O.P. Pro category, Bob Kelso, the heavy hauler. He was the runner-up yesterday with the 82 Oldsmobile wagon. And he is one of the best drivers at the starting line in B.O.P. Day. Paired up with number B18, that is Dan Rocco, the Buick from Lombard, Illinois. 1105 dial-in for Rocco, 1024 the dial-in for Bob Kelso. Well, a red line start for Dan Rocco and Bob Kelso. The heavy hauler will advance into the semifinal round. And on the 1024 dial-in, he's going to go right on the dial-in. 1024 with the 1 for Bob Kelso. And boy, the heavy hauler continues to flex his muscle this weekend. So the engine builder and machinist from Rocket Racing and Performance, this is John Stolpa with the 944 dial-in in the 1965 Olds 442 on the left-hand side. He is facing the Buick of Pete Van Tholen. The Grand Sport from Bolingbrook, Illinois, 1068 dial-in for Van Tholen. And Stolpa's going to need to be patient. Over 2 seconds, the head start for Pete Van Tholen. The Buick's out front. But here comes that hard charging John Stolpa at the finish line. John Stolpa, your winner, 954, the 944 dial-in, advancing into the next round. This could be a 2-for-1 for Casey Walker. You will remember he was the winner yesterday in the Olds 442 right-hand side. He is the bye coming into this round. If he wins this round, he'll have the bye with 3 cars to go. That's the bye into the final. Standing in his way, the Pontiac GTO from Rockford, Illinois. That is John Reynolds. Wow, a nice wheels-up launch for Reynolds in the GTO. Right now, it is all Oldsmobiles in the final is semi, and at the finish line, win light's going to go to John Reynolds in the left-hand side. So John Reynolds among the final 3. 2 Oldsmobiles and a Pontiac now in the final 3 of B.O.P. Pro. Here is the B.O.P. Street category. Paul Brealey with a bye into the final. Going to find out right now who he faces. Will it be Ted Schneller in the Oldsmobile or Trevor Beer? Well, it's going to be Trevor Beer. For the second time in as many days, Trevor Beer is a finalist in B.O.P. competition. On the 1240 dial, and he'll go 1228 in the Pontiac. So it'll be Trevor Beer and Paul Brealey in the final. Here comes Launchin' Larry, the Badfish Barracuda. Getting ready for the World Power Wheel Standing Championships coming up. So Launchin' Larry figuring out what works and what doesn't work. And that might be the combination that doesn't quite work for Launchin' Larry. He's had a lot of good wheel stands this weekend, though. Hey, we will take test and tune cars to the lanes, please. Test and tune to the staging lanes, please. Hey, a correction. Put this one in the edits and corrections column in next week's paper, but that is Bobby Westcott Jr. doing the driving duties of the Chevrolet Camaro in the index category. Our apologies. He has been incorrectly labeled as Jerry Westcott today. Our apologies. Speaking of index, we are ready for round number 3 of Midwest Index Shootout Series. To the lanes, please. Final rounds of Index Series. To the lanes, please. Well, we were wondering if they were going to come up for air over on the other side of the racetrack. They were locked lips for probably 15 seconds. Unfortunately, they did come up for air. They are still standing. A pair of lovebirds at the playground of power. All right, here comes the Pro-Charged Big Block Chevy Monte Carlo of David Jensen. He's been a low 8-second time just about all day long today. Not sure with the conditions if he can crack into the 7s today, but boy, wouldn't that be a treat. Our apologies. We did not mean to embarrass the two lovebirds on the other side of the track. We just do not have a kiss cam, so that was the closest thing we had. We could have pointed the live stream camera over there, I guess, and put a couple of hearts on the screen, but we're not that quick of thinkers. So that's the best we could do. So we're going to send out David Jensen here in just a moment's time. Looks like the Lancasters are headed out the door. Thank you to Maureen. Thank you to Kevin Lancaster. Safe travels home to Shannon, Illinois. Thank you for coming. Looks like all of our finalists are there for the Midwest Index Shootout Series. Looking for Marty Thornton. Paige and Marty Thornton to the lanes, please. And we will take round number 3 of Top Sportsman. Round 3, Midwest Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. I think we still have their ladder in the tower, unless someone picked up another copy. The pairings go as follows. Bill Rotz and Rich Kent in the next round of Top Sportsman. Eddie Banderowicz Jr. and DJ Matika in round number 3 of Top Sportsman. And then Jim Banky and Anthony Plude racing to determine who has the bye into the final. So those are the pairings here in round number 3 of Top Sportsman. We are looking for round 3 of Top Sportsman. To the staging lanes, please. Hey, the souvenir stand will be closing in about 20 minutes' time. About 20 minutes' time, the souvenir stand will be closing. Make sure you swing on down Byron Tower side of the racetrack. Let me start over by the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Swing on down, see Camden, and get all of your Byron Dragway souvenirs to commemorate your trip to Byron Dragway today. Eight 12, 159 miles per hour for David Jensen of Jensen Race Cars with that Pro-Charged Monte Carlo Super Sport from Kingston, Illinois. This is the Street Intimidator category final round. Keith DeLuca and Trevor Beer. Coming up in the final round, Beer in the GXP. This will be his first of 2 final rounds today. Going to have 3 final round appearances this weekend alone with that Pontiac GXP, and he is the winner right here as Keith DeLuca goes 001 red. Wow. The narrowest of margins that one can go red. He goes 001 red on the left-hand side, and Trevor Beer is your winner on the right-hand side. This is the Street Heat category final round. Bobby Westcott Jr. and Justin Ramus, 1125, the dial-in, or index rather, for Bobby Westcott Jr. in the Chevrolet Camaro. Ramus, 1150, the index, 1/4 of a second. That's the difference in the indexes here. The Mustang's going to lead first. Top Sportsman, rounder number 3. We are still looking for Top Sportsman. We got 3 of the cars. We need 3 more. And at the finish line, win line's going to go to Justin Ramus in the Mustang. 1155 on the 1150 index. As Bobby Westcott Jr. will break out, and Justin Ramus is the winner in the Mustang left-hand side. Pro Avenger final round coming up next. Pair of Chevrolets. Ed Frost in the Chevelle left-hand side had to eliminate his brother Scott Frost in the opening round to get here. He is paired up with a 5-time series champion, the 57 Chevy, hard-launching Chevy of Jason Hawkins in the right-hand side of DeKalb, Illinois. A pair of wheels-up launches. Frost in the Chevelle, Hawkins in the 57 Chevy at the finish line. Win light to Jason Hawkins. Wow, both drivers go 10-21. 10-21 with the 4 for Frost, 10-21 with the 2 for Jason Hawkins. Hawkins with the starting line advantage is your winner in the right-hand side. Well, the fan club is on their feet. Their driver, Machine Gun Kelly, on the Byron Hill side of the racetrack with the 68 Dodge Dart. These are the drivers that are number 1 and 2 in points. Spears in the right-hand side. Marty Thornton in the left-hand lane. You know, I take that back. They come into today tied for points. So the winner of this round is the points leader going into the final race of the year in October. And this race is as close as we have seen all day long. At the finish line, the win's going to go to Marty Thornton, 951 of the 950 index. Machine Gun Kelly Spears, 954 of the 950. Boy, they were separated by just 4 thousandths of a second off the starting line. 16 on the tree for Thornton, 20 on the tree for Machine Gun Kelly Spears. And the fan club, they'll have to come back out for the World Power Wheel Standing Championships in October to see them once more. Well, we've been harassing them on the PA, all in good fun, but they are having their first date at Byron Dragway, a couple from Wisconsin. And I tell you what, that was a long smooch for the first date, Sedona. That was, I'd say the first date's going quite well for the couple from Wisconsin. And what a lady. She actually brought him to Byron Dragway for their first date. And that is too cool. And we spotted them having a good time. We wanted to make sure it's a good memory. So track owner B.J. Vangsness takes them out to the tree for a photo and a memory that they'll never forget. Making memories at the playground of power. So a final call. Final call. Looks like we're looking for Rich Kent to the lanes. I know that he had a problem, suffered a failure of some sort on the car. Something with the supercharger and the blower belt coming off of the car. So I'm not sure that he is going to answer the call for round number 3. We're going to run by the pit area of Rich Kent and do a quick check and see if he will be ready in time for this round. We're going to do some start-in-line prep work, and then we're going to go into this next round of Midwest Top Sportsman here in just a couple moments' time. Well, looks like Brian Payne brought some brownies to the racetrack, or cookies of some sort. What a guy. All right, Rich is reported to the tower that he is, in fact, broke. We're going to have a broke by for Bill Rotz in this round. Rich Kent unable to answer the call. Thank you, Rich, for letting us know. We thank you kindly. Sorry to see the Old Glory Comet will not be back for this round. Trust me, that is a disappointment to us and the fans. So it'll be a broke by for Bill Rotz to conclude this round. And a big round for Jim Banky and Anthony Plude, the winner of that pair, will have the bye into the final. B.O.P. Round number 3 to the lanes, please. Buick-Olds-Pontiac, round 3 to the lanes, please. John Reynolds, BX39. You are the potential bye in this round. John Reynolds, please report to lane number 12 as you are the potential bye. B.O.P. Street to lanes 15 and 16. Final round of B.O.P. Street. We'll take you to lanes 15 and 16 when you can. Here we go, quarterfinal round of Midwest Top Sportsman. DJ Matika and Eddie Banderowicz Jr. coming out first. Pair of Camaros. Matika, the 17-year-old from Wisconsin with the 521 dial on the left-hand side. Eddie Banderowicz Jr., the 68 model Chevrolet Camaro with the 476 dial-in. Well, you cannot do any better than that. A perfect reaction time for Eddie Banderowicz Jr. Trip, zip, green in the right-hand side and dead on 8. 8 foul the total package for Eddie Banderowicz Jr. Wow, what a performance. And he'll advance into the semifinal round. So Eddie Banderowicz Jr. and Bill Rotz will see one another in the semifinal round. Bill Rotz with the broke by to conclude this round. But first up, Anthony Plude and Jim Banky. Banky in the Kryptonite Camaro, right-hand side, a 462 dial-in for the 2002 Chevrolet Camaro of Jim Banky. Anthony Pluty, the 92 beautiful blue Chevrolet Camaro, kind of a satin finish. Boy, that's sharp. 5 flat the dial-in for Anthony Pluty. And the winner of this round has the bye into the final, so this is a big one. A 2-for-1 round, the winner with the bye into the final. Red light start for Jim Banky. Win light to Anthony Pluty. Left-hand side, he'll go 499 with a 3 on the 5 flat dial-in with the bye into the final. So Bill Rotz is the beneficiary of a broke bye. Rich Kent spit the blower belt off of his Mercury Comet earlier in round number 2. Unable to answer the call. He's got some more extensive damage than just the belt being ejected. So Bill Rotz with a broke bye. He'll take the tree and get the win right here. On the 457 dial, and he'll go 458 for Bill Rotz, and he will face Eddie Banderowicz Jr. in the semi-final round of Midwest Top Sportsman. B.O.P. coming out next. B.O.P. round number 3 is coming out next. John Reynolds, BX39 with the bye into the final. So we've got a pair of Oldsmobiles and a Pontiac left in the pro category. Then on the B.O.P. street side, we've got Paul Brealey and Trevor Beer. Beer, his 3rd final round appearance of the weekend. He'll be due for an oil change with that Pontiac, the number of laps that he is making this weekend. Hey, we're going to ask all of the remaining cars in B.O.P. when you get eliminated or at the end of your racing today. Let's put it that way. Stop upstairs to the tower for prize money. So when you are done with eliminations, make sure you swing upstairs for payouts. two awesome Oldsmobiles, and at the finish line, Bob Kelso going to the final round for his second day in a row with the heavy hauler 82 Olds wagon over John Stolpa. So Kelso in the final round once more. He's going to face a Pontiac in the final. That is John Reynolds, the 66 GTO that he calls the Tired Indian on the right-hand side from Rockford, Illinois. So on the 1073 dial-in, John Reynolds takes it out the back door. He'll go 1075 with 125 miles per hour for the GTO of John Reynolds. And now the B.O.P. Street Class final round. Trevor Beer, Pontiac G8 GXP, left-hand side at 1230 dial-in. Racing against Paul Brealey and the Buick Grand National on the right-hand side. Wow, this one is a close one. 1240 dial-in for Brealey, 1230 dial-in for Beer. Very close off the starting line and at the finish line. How about that? Trevor Beer doubles up today. 2 wins on the same day in the Pontiac for Trevor Beer. What a day for Trevor Beer. So a job well done to Paul Brealey and a big congratulations to Trevor Beer. Doubling up today at Byron Dragway. Cars in 1 and 2, you may proceed forward. Street cars, lanes 1 and 2, you may proceed forward. Thanks for coming out, guys. We appreciate you coming. We're not done. You guys can keep running if you'd like. But you may come out now. Make sure the hoods are latched. Round 4, Top Sportsman, when you are ready. We are ready for you. The staging lanes are wide open, Top Sportsman. Round 4, we are looking for you. We're looking for John Reynolds. John Reynolds to the lanes, please, for the B.O.P. Pro final round. Might as well name that the Bob Kelso lane because he's in the final round in that lane just about every day, it seems. So one half of our finalists there, we're looking for John Reynolds. John Reynolds to the lanes, please, for the B.O.P. Pro Class final. Second call, Top Sportsman. Second call, Top Sportsman. Round number 4 to the lanes, please. Round 4, Top Sportsman, we are looking for you. And looks like our B.O.P. final round is arrived. B.O.P. Pro, you guys can jump ahead the line if you'd like. You can run before Top Sportsman Semi, if you so choose. A final call, Top Sportsman. Final call, Top Sportsman. Semi-final round of the lanes, please. B.O.P. Pro final round, John Reynolds and Bob Kelso. Kelso was a runner-up yesterday. Doesn't want to be the perpetual bridesmaid. Can he get the win today? He's a tough guy to bet against. The heavy hauler, 82 Oldswagon of Bob Kelso, a 1023 dial. I'm going to give a half a second head start to the Tired Indian Pontiac GTO of John Reynolds. He may call it the Tired Indian, but he is anything but. He was one thou away from a perfect run. Trip, zip, green at the starting line and dead on one. Truly incredible final round performance from John Reynolds. One for the record books. Bob Kelso, second day in a row, he is the runner-up. That is nothing to hang his head about. So a job well done to Bob Kelso. And a big congratulations to John Reynolds.
All right, all we got left is the Midwest Top Sportsman final. So as soon as Midwest Top Sportsman makes their way to the lanes, that will conclude today's activities. But that's what we have left is Midwest Top Sportsman.
Here it is, the final round of this double-header weekend at Byron Dragway. What an adventure it has been. 2 days of Top Sportsman, 2 days of Buick-Olds-Pontiac racing, 2 days of Test and Tune, and 6 categories of Midwest Index Shootout Series racing. And someone's going to plant the flag for the Midwest Top Sportsman winner. What a creative bunch, getting a nice little photo op at the starting line, planting their flag at center track. Anthony Pluty and Eddie Banderowicz Jr. 2 tough customers. These guys have been right on the money all day long. 2 of the best leavers at the starting line today, bar none. Eddie Banderowicz Jr. had a perfect light 2 rounds ago. He's in the 68 Camaro right-hand side with a 474 dial into the right-hand lane. Anthony Pluty, 498 dialing in the left-hand lane. When light to Anthony Pluty on the left-hand side, a 009 reaction time and dead on 4. What a performance for Anthony Pluty, the winner on the left-hand side. Eddie Banderowicz Jr. has been there all day long today, but he is 37 on the tree. Arguably, probably his least good light of the day today in the final round of all times. And Eddie Banderowicz Jr. has won over the dial-in. Pluty is dead on 4 in 009. And that is a wrap. A job well done to the Banderowicz team, and a big congratulations to Anthony Pluty and company, your winner of day number 2, Midwest Top Sportsman. Do not forget Midwest Top Sportsman coming back out August 2nd and 3rd, October 2nd and 3rd. Well, I just traveled back in time. October 2nd and 3rd, World Power Wheel Standing Championships. 27th Annual Edition presented by Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop. That is a wrap. Thank you to the 2 Lovebirds from Wisconsin. I checked the score at halftime. Did not look good for Green Bay. Hate to break that to you, but hope they had a good photo opportunity. Safe travels home.